Honorable councillors, please remain seated so that we may start in the next 30 seconds. Let's settle down, councillors. We start in the next 15 seconds. Honorable councillors, Honorable Tshwane, please take your seats. Councillor Marishani, please take your seat. We are about to start in the next 5 seconds. Hey, sorry, I'm about to start the meeting. Honorable councillors, please settle down. Thank you. Honorable alderwomen, aldermen, and councillors, due notice was given of this council meeting. We are a quorum and I therefore declare this meeting duly constituted. I trust that you have all signed the attendance register for this meeting. Kindly note that if it is of critical importance that you sign the attendance register. If you do not sign the attendance register, you will be marked as absent from this meeting in the minutes. May we now begin with our council meeting by observing a moment of silence in prayer or meditation, please. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you. His Worship, the Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekano and his entourage, Honorable Chief Machangu and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chess, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in council, honorable councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City of Tshwane residents, and the public, I welcome you to this council meeting. Honorable councillors, I'd like to convey what was discussed and agreed upon at the last programming meeting. For council to be effective and efficient, I encourage robust discussions and engagements, and in doing so, we have to stick to the decorum of council business. It was further agreed that we conclude each council meeting henceforth at 5 o'clock p.m. Honorable councillors, I also wish to welcome all our guests invited here today in terms of Section 130 of the Municipal Finance Management Act for purposes of the annual report. They are seated on the podium and in the officials gallery, and I will individually introduce them when we get to the annual report. Let's move on to the next item, which is the applications for leave of absence. Honorable councillors, for purposes of informing council in as far as leave of absence for councillors from this council meeting is concerned, I will now call on the Chief Whip of Council to present to council the approved leave of absence of councillors. Chief Whip of Council.
Good morning, Dr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Dr. Speaker, the following councillors have been approved in line with our city's processes in acquiring leave of absence. Councillor R. Malik of the AIC, Family Responsibilities. Councillor Kotso Tsela, ANC, Family Responsibilities. Councillor Leon Kruishaar, DA sick leave. Councillor Rudolph Fourie, DA sick leave. Councillor Sarah Mabotsa, good, family responsibility. And Councillor Ziyanda Tshwane, IFP, sick leave. The following councillors arranged to arrive late. Councillor Floyd Tema of the ANC to arrive at 12:30, and Councillor Ryan Ace of the DA to arrive at 12 o'clock. And then, Dr. Speaker, no councillors requested to leave early. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, we also have another councillor from the Action SA, Councillor Kulufelo Morodi, who has some emergency.
Okay, I think, can you hear me now, councillors? Yes, now please settle down so we can continue with our meeting. Thank you very much. And I just want to test from the floor. Councillor Governor, now sit down. We are proceeding. Councillor Ace, please take your seats. Let's take our seats, councillors. We are back on. And I was just due to respond to MMC Kosiema. There's a procedure here on dealing with the leave of absence. And in terms of the rules and orders, the office of the chief whip, is the repository for all the applications for leave of absence for all the councillors in the house. So please, I'm not recognizing any leave of absence that was not duly processed. Thank you. I think there was a hand from, was that Alderman Malik? Alderman Malik. Okay, I don't want to preempt what he wanted to say. Yeah, but I don't know. Alderman Malik, please.
No, thanks, Speaker. We wanted to call to order the short man from Action SA that there's a procedure of submitting leaves of absence. If we don't wake up and think that people, there's a leave form that they can complete beyond this meeting, but we must educate him on the leave policy and on being an MMC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. Let's proceed. We are on the next item on the agenda. Official notices, there is none. The next item is unopposed proposals by the speaker and other. Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Ramabodu.
I rise in terms of point of order, section 38. Speaker, we have a problem with the hybrid arrangement that is in this council of councillors who just decide to stay at home. And every time when you call for a quorum, you count them present. We don't even see their faces. We don't even understand what is happening, because in terms of accountability, and we've discussed that before, and you told us it's within your right to say, council, how must we conduct a council? But we are of the view that every time when you call for quorum, or you say we reach quorum, let those who are on a hybrid or online or whatsoever, then we must see their faces. You see us, all of us here. Why do we just have people that we don't even know who are they? And on which grounds do we accept that they are part of the council? And lastly, we'll want you to tell us, because they are familiar faces. We heard you saying they are guests, but just to put us in confidence, who are those guests? I know that maybe you tell yourself that you'll deal with the matter when we reach to that item, but it is wise to tell us who are we with, because in terms of the rules, there are certain people who are allowed to be in council, unless if you direct us as a speaker, why are they here and who are they? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ramabudu. Let me just rule on this. First of all, I never introduced anyone who's admitted to participate in this sitting online. The people you see there are officials. There's no councillor who's participating in this meeting online. There's none. All right? I hope that clarifies that point. The second point, let me answer you first. The second point is that in my opening remarks, I said that there are guests that are invited in line with Section 130 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, and I indicated where they are seated. And I further mentioned that I will individually introduce them when I get to the annual report. So can I be allowed to conduct the business of council in that order? Thank you very much. You were raising another hand, Councillor Mabudu, please proceed.
In an event where we don't have this arrangement, how will those officials attend council? The officials that you say they are here, because I hear someone trying to support you that side, thinking that there's a point. There's no point. We had situations where we couldn't do online sittings. In an event where we say we don't want online anymore, because you know our position that every time when you lose debates, that's why that leaked report of the AG has explained that there are many wrong things that have been done. They were doing those wrong things after kicking us out, all of us here, remaining only their coalition partners to commit those errors. So I'm saying, in an event where the council is sitting like this without hybrid, where will they be, those officials? Therefore, I'm calling for those officials to be taken out there. They must attend council if they want to come here. They must, why are they there? We don't want to be recorded. We are in a position where there's no covert, and council must sit like this. Why must we have these arrangements, this elite arrangement? We don't want it, because that's where you run for accountability. That's why.
Councillor Ramabo, point of order is not a speech. I'm allowing you, but you're just going on and on. Thank you very much. It's not an arrangement, Councillor Ramabo. According to the rules and orders approved by council, we have to record this meeting. They are doing several things. I am not here to. I've just indicated the general. These are officials. They are not. They've got limited participation in this meeting. So please, they are not going to disturb anything that's happening inside the chambers. Can we proceed? And I'm not going to discuss hypothetical assumptions, what if, what not, because it's not. Okay. Can I rule that I proceed now with, I'm still opening the, and okay, let me start here. There was a hand here, and then the second hand is Alderman Maleke. Please, you raise the hand, you know what it's. No, raise your hand, I don't know, I can't remember. Is it you? Okay, Councillor Makhaling, then Alderman Maleke, and then Councillor, yes.
Speaker, I wanted to speak on the unopposed. If we are there, could you please allow me to render my no, I'm not rendering. I want to render my DA condolences to the ACDP on the loss of Mameshwe, who was actively participating in the structures of ACDP. And also she was the member of Gauteng Provincial Legislature.
Councillors, for the purposes of decorum, allow him to speak. If you want to speak, you slip out your hand, I'll point at you, you'll equally speak. Thank you. May you proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. So I render the DA condolences, and also to say, may this House recognize the passing of Mameshwe in that regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Makhaling. Alderman Maleke, before you speak, you will recall that at some stage we had a situation or a similar situation Now that you have done exactly that, Councillor Makhaleng, let me just take the next hands, and after that, I will open the floor for all the political parties who wish to convey their condolences at this stage to do so. Will that be fine? Yes, point of order, Councillor Tshwane.
Honorable Dr. Magorela, thanks for being recognized. I'm writing in terms of Rule 38 of our rules. The reason why we always start our agenda extremely late, it's for you being very lenient on procedural things. If I ask you as a chair of this meeting, that where are we on the agenda of council, it's confusion. So don't allow us to derail this council by allowing anything to be said that is not in the agenda. Notice should be given, as we have done before. If there are issues that political parties seek a slot to speak on a particular matter, that submission must be made and be allowed. You can't just be hijacked now. We are sending our condolences. It's not like we have no disregard to the soul that is lost. Condolences to the family and to the ACDP. But let's be procedural. This is a constitutional meeting of council. You can't allow anything just to be thrown in. So I'm calling order on you, Speaker, that your lenience will make this council to start at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I rule that we proceed. Yes, Councillor Alderman Maleke, please. And then you are covered. Perfect, Councillor Matebula. Alderman Maleke.
Well, thanks, Speaker. I just want to piggyback on the issue that was raised by Councillor Ramabudu. You should remember that the person responsible for records, minutes of council is the group head for the Speaker's office, the head of secretariat. For any other person, they are invited by him. Why are you making it special for these people to join us online? Because he's here, he's present here. Therefore, there's no need for these people to be on MS Teams, unless if the group head secretariat invites them to be present in this meeting. Because all of us who are coming, we're getting to this venue to attend this meeting. Therefore, there's no need for you, Speaker, to reason why these people are on MS Teams. Head of secretariat is here, is assisted by Wes Henderson. Henderson is here, one of the directors for secretariat. Therefore, why should we have other people to join us online? What is the special role? Therefore, there's no need for you to have them there. They should come in council. There are desks there at the back there. They should join all of us and work and do the work that we're doing. Thank you.
Just a moment. Thank you very much. We're taking them off. They are coming inside here. Thank you. Let's proceed. Thank you, councillors. Let's proceed. Now, urgent report for submission to the council meeting of the 26th of January 2023. Honorable councillors, the reports contained in parts 4 and 5 of our agenda were received from the leader of executive business on the 19th of January 2023 and delivered to you on SharePoint on the same day. On Tuesday, the 24th of January 2023, we received a request from the Office of the Executive Mayor to replace item 13, which is the audited annual report for the city of Tshwane and its entities. And such a report was loaded on the same day as a replacement report. These reports are urgent and some legislated. Therefore, they must serve today. I trust that the executive mayor will also speak to these items when he submits his reports to us today. Now, the reports allowed by the speaker at his discretion in terms of section 81K of the rules and orders. Honorable Councillor, section 81K of the rules and orders provides for the reports or matters not contained in the notice of the meeting to be allowed at the discretion of the speaker. I have allowed the following reports under section 81K of the rules and orders. Report number 1 from my office is the appointment of a councillor to act as a speaker in case where the speaker is not available to perform the functions of the speaker. The second report, which is the City of Tshwane Progress Report on the establishment of ward committees. This item is withdrawn. The last report is the report of the investigations on the allegations against the Speaker of Council. We will get to this report towards the end of the agenda. Now, the next item is determining the order of business and bringing forward of items on the agenda. Honorable Councillors, Section 8, subsection 2 of the rules and orders provide for the Speaker to allow at the Speaker's discretion the bringing forward of any business on the agenda after the matters referred in paragraphs A and E of Section 8.1 have been considered. In accordance with Section 8.2 of the rules and orders, immediately after the Executive Mayor has submitted his reports to Council for consideration, I will therefore bring forward the following item on the agenda. It is item which is listed in Part 5 from the Mayoral Committee meeting of the 18th of January 2023. It's item number 30 and reference number 54942/1, which is the City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department, the audited annual report for the City of Tshwane and its entities for the end of the financial year submitted in terms of Section 127.2 of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act, Act number 56 of 2006, and Section 46 of the Municipal Systems Act, Act number 32 of 2000. And the report will range from page 1 to 1603 with recommendations listed on page 13. Now let's proceed to the consideration of the minutes of the previous council meetings. Honorable councillors, I now put to you the minutes of the continuation council meeting of the 15th of November 2022 for approval. Approved? Let me hear you, councillors. Approved? Thank you, councillors. Now, let's proceed to the second set of minutes. It has both open and in committee components of the 24th of November 2022. Honorable councillors, before I put to you minutes of the ordinary council meeting of the 24th of November 2022, allow me to explain the following. The minutes posted on the SharePoint, and in particular on page 149 of the minutes, contains only the heading of the report that was discussed and disposed of by council in committee, followed by a remark stating that the report was considered in committee and that in terms of section 9.3 of the rules and orders, the minutes relating to an item considered in committee must be approved by council in committee. Now, in compliance, therefore, with section 9.3 of the rules and orders, the portion of the minutes of the council meeting containing the in-committee deliberations and resolutions passed on item 63, report on investigations into UIFW expenditure, is marked A, confidential, not for publication or council in committee. B, distributed in council marked confidential, not for publication or council in committee. Only to all councillors, the city manager, the group head, secretariat of council and divisional head, council and committee secretariat services. And then lastly, C, indicated as minutes of a council meeting held in committee on the 24th of November 2022 to be approved by council in committee on the 26th January 2023, which is today. We will get to the in-committee minutes after consideration of the minutes of the ordinary open council meeting of the 24th of November 2022. I now put to you the minutes of the ordinary open council meeting of the 24th November 2022 for approval. Approved? Thank you. I now further rule that all members of the public, the media, traditional leaders, service providers, translators, interpreters, and officials, except for the city manager, group head, secretariat of council, and divisional head council, and I think in terms of section 38, I told you, you say point of view, you were sneaking this. It's not for this. No, you can't. There's no discussion. There's no discussion. Thank you. No discussion. Thank you. Thank you. I will now allow. Councillors, let's settle down. I think our guests are back. Let's take our seats, councillors. Our 3 minutes is over. Thank you. Councillors, let's settle down as we also allow water to be distributed. Councillors, let's take our seats. Chief Whip of Council, let's take our seats. Thank you. Councillors, please, let's take our seats. Councillors, we are taking long to settle down and we need to finish as agreed. Please sit down. They will give you water, sit down. Thank you. Councillors, let's settle down so we may proceed. Water is also being distributed to yourselves. Thank you very much, Alderman Vandenberg, for taking your seats. Thank you, Councillor Govender, for taking your seat. Thank you very much, Councillor Matebula, for taking your seat. Councillor Ace, thank you for taking your seat. Thank you very much. Thank you for taking your seat. Including, thank you. Thank you for taking your seat. Thank you. Councillor Moshidi, thank you for taking your seat. Thank you, Councillor Sharon, for taking your seat. Thank you very much. May we proceed? We don't have time, councillors. Thank you very much. Honorable councillors, at this point in time, I would like to extend a word of welcome to the following guests. invited to the meeting for purposes of guiding us through the audited annual report for the city of Tshwane and its entities. Councillors, let's sit down. Thank you. For the end of the financial year submitted in terms of section 127.2 of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act number 56 of 2003 and section 46 of the Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000. You'll find the report in part 5, item 13 of the agenda. Now, Office of the Auditor General. The team is represented by Ndate Kolani Zikwele from the Engagement Management, and he's seated here with me on the podium. Just lift up your hand. There it's Ndate Kolani Zikwele from the AG. We also have Melissa McCarthy. It's Melissa McCarthy around. And she's from the business unit, and she's the leader thereof from the AG. She's also on the podium. Is she here? Oh, there you go. And then you also have Msizi Mavundla, and this is the deputy business unit leader from the AG. Msizi, she here? Okay, not here. And then we also have Standiwe Mvelase, and this was the project, the audit project manager. She here, where she is, Standiwe? Oh, there, Standiwe is there at the back there. She's on the other side. Now, the National Treasury was invited and they didn't send a representation. We also invited the Gauteng Provincial Treasury and they apologized for non-attendance. And then thirdly, we invited the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. They also apologized for non-attendance. But in our midst, we have the chairperson of the Audit and Performance Committee of the city of Tshwane and its municipal entities, Mr. Robert Cameron Ellis, who's seated here on the podium next to the representative from the Auditor General's office. Now, let me just finish this and then I'll take your hand. I'll take your hand just now. Honorable Councillors, in order to accommodate the above mentioned guests, I will now bring forward the City of Tshwane Audited Annual Report, which is item 13 of the agenda, as soon as the Executive Mayor has submitted his reports. Now, let me just take your hand, Councillor Ramabotu.
No, thanks. We don't trust this administration anymore. So we hear that you've invited Treasury. How did you go about, and what was who? Like, we just want to get, because we are not comfortable anymore. There are a lot of lies, dishonest, and like we have lost confidence. So we will have to track everything like we're dealing with a high school learner. So we will have to deal with accountability like that. How did you invite them, and who, and where is the evidence?
Thank you very much, Councillors. This protocol, Councillor Ramabut, are we together? Thank you. Okay. Councillor Ramabut, no, you're out of order. I'm ruling you out of order. Now, Councillors, I'm responding to your question. There's protocol in the Office of the Speaker on how we engage other spheres of government. There's also IGR policy, which we follow to the letter. The same was used to invite these other officials from the AG. I personally write the letter of invitation to all of them. Yes. So it was followed to the letter, and hence we have other representatives here. So I hope you'll take comfort in that, Councillor Ramabutu. Councillors, we want to proceed and save a lot of time. Now let's go straight to the reports to council. Alderman Malek. Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. Honourable Speaker, Honourable Chief Kakana and his entourage, Honourable Chief Maslangu and his entourage, Chief Whip of Council, Leader of Executive Business, members of the Mayoral Committee, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honourable Aldermen and Councillors, City of Tshwane officials, and also welcome to the AG staff and also our APC chairperson. Good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to you all in this first council meeting for the year of 2023. As we start the new calendar year, it is my hope that we will set the right tone by working together in a constructive and productive manner. Despite our political differences, it is important that we remain committed to serving our Tshwane residents and take the city forward. Honourable Speaker, this month of January has proven to be very eventful with many challenges that need our immediate attention and commitment. Recently, Rand Water notified the City of Tshwane about the implementation of increased water flow control due to high water usage during the summer heat, as well as pumping challenges due to load shedding. This is a very serious situation for our city, as all of Gauteng is a water scarce area with limited access to this precious resource. While Rand Water has not officially announced stage 2 water restrictions yet, we currently have over 30% reduction in supply from Rand Water, requiring urgent attention in order to protect water security in our city. We therefore call on residents and businesses to use water sparingly to enable Rand Water to return their reservoirs to targeted levels of 60%. Honourable Speaker, I would like to express our disappointment in the decision by the National Energy Regulator of South Africa, NERSA, to grant Eskom an electricity tariff increase of 18.65%. This 18.65% increase is for the 23-24 financial year, meaning it will kick in immediately this April. On top of this, NERSA has also approved a 12.7% increase for the next financial year, dealing residents with a deadly double blow. The city has always been opposed to Eskom's exorbitant price increases simply because our residents cannot afford them, especially now that we have been plunged into darkness with indefinite load shedding. This tariff increase will have a detrimental effect on Tshwane residents and businesses and the financial sustainability of the city, which is already in a precarious state. We believe that Eskom should be limited to single-digit increases. This will incentivize investment and stimulate growth that is required by our economy to tackle unemployment and poverty, and to ensure that the city is positioned to provide sustainable service delivery to all Tshwane residents. Honourable Speaker, I recently conducted an oversight visit to Region 5 in Refilwe near Bronkhorstspruit to inspect the progress being made with our two current capital projects in the region. The multi-million rand projects are the upgrade and refurbishment of Refillway Stadium and the construction of the Refillway Manor 10 megaliter reservoir. I was pleased to note that the upgrade and refurbishment of Refillway Stadium is 74% complete. Once concluded, the stadium will boost a 3,000 capacity grandstand, a soccer pitch, clubhouse, and gym fully equipped with showers. There is no doubt that the stadium will add immense value to the community, especially our young people who will finally have a decent sport facility to hone their skills and use their time productively. Our second capital project in the region was implemented for the supply of clean potable water and sanitation services to Refillway residents. I'm pleased to report that the Refillway Manor Reservoir project is progressing well and is at 95% completion. This project began in 2017 after our
Sorry, Executive Mayor, for undue interruption. There's a hand, Councillor Ramabutu. What is that hand about?
M38 1B, point of information. Is that refill the same one that was launched by Sputla 8 years back? This guy is a joke, I can tell you. 8 years. He's speaking about an 8-year project. He's a joke, this guy.
What is your point of information?
That point of information is that he's a joke. He's speaking about 8-year project by ANC till today.
You are protected to proceed with your speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. Yes, it's correct. The project was started under Mayor Sputla, but then the project was abandoned. The project was abandoned and we restarted the project properly in 2017, and that's why we're sitting at 95% completion rate. And now to give further information on the reservoir is now expected to be commissioned in April this year, finally. Honourable Speaker, I'm pleased to report that the city and HCI Palesa mine have entered into a memorandum of understanding to build 20 houses for indigent households in Region 7. On Monday, we held a soft turning ceremony to kick off this project. So this is actually happening. Under the MOU, HCI Palesa mine will fund the construction costs valued at 3.5 million rands as part of its community development project. On our part, the city will provide service stands and ensure the installation of sewer, water, reticulation, and electricity infrastructure. The beneficiaries of this project include indigents, child-headed families, and people living with disabilities. They were carefully selected by the city with assistance from social workers and ward councillors in consultation with the mining company. I would like to thank MMC Andre Leroux for his work facilitating this fruitful public-private partnership for Tshwane. I would like to commend our TMPD drug unit for their continued efforts to fight drugs in the city. This month, TMPD has had several successful drug busts totaling about 200,000 rands. This has been further followed by arrests of numerous suspects. We should all applaud TMPD for their work. Through these targeted interventions, the TMPD drug unit is constantly keeping the pressure on drug dealers. Each arrest provides more information, allowing them to break down these illegal networks brick by brick. Honourable Speaker, let me extend my best wishes to all the learners who recently embarked on the 2023 academic year, popularly known as the back-to-school period. It is an exciting time for all, especially for parents, teachers, and learners. To the teachers, school management, and parents, let me express my thanks to you for the commitment you have shown towards advancing education for our children. I know that there are many challenges in our public schools, including economic difficulties with fees and uniforms. But through all of this, you have shown continued resilience. On the early childhood development side, we are pleased to report that 7 city-managed ECD centers are in good state and reopened for the 2023 school calendar year. This is a major development for the city, as most of our ECD centers had remained closed for an extended period of time following disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and subsequent lockdowns. Understanding the significance of ECD centers, the city worked with relevant stakeholders and partners to upgrade and revamp our facilities. The upgrades include extensive renovations and new play areas, as well as the employment of trained staff, chefs, and professional teachers. These facilities are proudly managed by the city and will serve our communities with solid foundational learning and development skills for our children. I would like to thank MMC De Bruyne for our work in this space. I would like to extend my sincere congratulations to the 2022 matric learners for achieving an overall pass rate of 80.1%. This is up from 76.4% in 2021. The 2022 matriculants endured grades 10, 11, and 12, studying through a difficult period that included the COVID-19 pandemic and worsening load shedding. I would also like to congratulate our very own Tshwane South District together with the Gauteng North District for being the 4th and 5th best performing districts at 89% and 87.7% respectively. Let me also extend many thanks to teachers, school management, and parents for their commitment and support in advancing education for our learners. To the learners who did not achieve their desired results, this is not the end. There are many other available avenues to improve your results and achieve your goals. Honorable Speaker, we are very disappointed with the outcomes of the 21-22 audit findings as presented by the Auditor General. The decline in city's audit performance is unacceptable, and as the political leadership, it is critical we step up, take responsibility, and ensure that we immediately plot a path towards achieving.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Just an interjection. This is a point of order. Councillor Ramabut, point of order.
I can see you were busy. Can you protect us? Protect us from these lies of this executive mayor. This executive mayor can't even engage on that report. He must leave it because
Please state your point of order as we have agreed.
No, the point of order is that protect us as councillors. We can't be insulted here. It's an insult. I mean, what is this?
No. Let me rule. Executive Mayor, please proceed with your speech. Thank you. Yes, point of order, Alderman Malik.
No, thanks, Speaker. I think in all fairness, Councillor Ramabudi is correct. That the item we are dealing with now is tabling of reports. Therefore, the audit report is going to be debated. And what the mayor is doing, in essence, he wants to take the shine and delve on the problems that we are anticipating on the report. Therefore, he's having an unfair advantage on all of us. Then if we are affording him that opportunity to defend himself and government, we're going to engage him. We're going to engage the tabling of the report, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not taking another, please, Councillor Mabodu. I've given you enough chance now. I'm ruling that the Executive Mayor proceed so that we can allow the AG to present. Thank you very much. You, you. Okay, councillors. Oh, okay, councillors. Okay, councillors. I will allow the AG to table the report. Yes. I have ruled, councillors, I have ruled that. Councillors. Okay, yes. Councillors. Okay. Yes. Thank you. We are getting there. Thank you, Alderman. Let's say, councillors. Okay, councillors. Okay, it's coming, councillors. Let's allow him to conclude. It's coming. Settle down, councillors. Settle down so that the AG will give us the report. Please, Executive Mayor, conclude so we can hear the report. Councillors. Okay, settle down. It's coming. Wait. Councillors. Okay. Settle down. The AG is here. Settle down so we can get to the report. Okay. Allow him to finish so AG can. Councillors. Alderman. It is. Councillors. Settle down. The AG can't speak when you're like that. Councillors. Yes, sir. Chief Whip of Council.
Thank you, Speaker. A point of information, the executive mayor still have to submit the reports before item 13 can be discussed. So please offer the executive mayor a chance to submit the reports.
Thank you, councillors. I heard you, councillors. Listen, councillors. Yes. The executive mayor, as per the rules and orders, he is tabling the report. The AG can't speak until the executive mayor tables the report. So allow him to table the report. No, it's not. It's within the rules and orders. Let's protect him to table the report according to the rules and orders so that the AG can take over. Councillors, Alderman. No, I don't allow anything. It's not my report, it's the executive mayor's report. Councillors.
Speaker, the man not able to report that I actually AG.
Councillors, can we protect our Can we protect her to speak? Sit down, councillors.
Speaker, we want the report. He can't speak about the report that is not tabled. He speaks now. Why are you allowing him to do it?
Councillor Alderman Malik. Alderman Malik. It's his speech, it's not my speech.
There's no what I say. There's no what I say.
Speaker,
He can talk about that.
Speaker,
But not the report.
Speaker,
Please speak.
can you assist the House and be the Speaker of the House?
We want
Can you disabuse yourself from taking sides in this House? The mayor must not speak on an item that the Auditor General can speak on. Please, we want you to stop him. We'll engage the report when the AG has spoken on the report. He's got no right to speak on that because you are forcing us to respond. We will all debate, we are all councillors in this House, including himself. He must speak on his political madness.
Yeah, just so that is not a speech. Okay. Let me talk to the mayor, please. Let me talk to the mayor. Let me address the mayor. Let me address the mayor. Then, yeah, but sit down. Councillor Tshwane. I want to address the mayor, but you are still talking. Executive Mayor. Let's Councillor Chapo. Councillor Chapo. I listen to you, you don't listen to me. No, you are doing it. Help me maintain the rules and orders. I don't do it alone. Thank you. Executive, can I address the mayor, please? Makale. Executive, Councillor Tshwane. Councillor Tshwane. Sit down, please. Can you sit down? I'm warning you. Yes. I'm warning you to sit down. No, you cannot do as you wish here. Sit down. Sit down. I'm warning you, sit down. The rules and orders allow me, Councillor Tshwane. Councillor Tshwane. Councillor Tshwane. I'll act on your disorder. I asked you to sit down so I can address the mayor. You are not listening. He can't hear with this noise. I want to talk to him. No, you can't talk. I'm talking to the mayor now. Executive Mayor, please proceed with your speech and table the reports so we can allow the AG to talk. Thank you.
Speaker, sorry. Speaker, don't target ANC councillors. They're not sissies. These are men and women. And they can come to your seat there. They're not scared of you. Don't target them. Makhalang was misbehaving.
Always.
You didn't reprimand him in the manner that you reprimanded Councillor Tshwane. He's not a small boy. He's not a small boy. He's taller than you. Don't do that.
What's your point of order, Councillor?
Do what you're doing. Don't do what you're doing.
Sit down, Alderman Malik. And Councillor Tshwane. Please, thank you. Executive Mayor, please table the reports and we allow the AG to proceed. Thank you. Thank you, Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. Dr. Speaker, I won't mention the word audit, so I'll finish my speech. Dr. Speaker, strong, deep outcomes are the basis of good governance. We simply cannot compromise on them, and we will ensure that we achieve a better outcome in the future. Honourable Speaker, that concludes my remarks,
and my reports are hereby tabled. Thank you very much.
No, you see, order.
Councillor Makaling.
Order. Yeah, Speaker.
Alderman Malik, let's have some semblance of order. Makaling first and then yourself. Thank you.
Speaker, Alder, what did I do? Because I've been raising my
Councillor Makaling, what's your point? What's your hand about?
question.
Reference reading. Reference referring.
Section 36 prevents us to having irrelevant and tedious repetition. So we have seen some superfluous action in terms of points of orders and whatnot. I encourage you, Speaker, to rule decisively without fear or favor. You have our support.
You can't be a court. Thank you very much. Let's proceed. Alderman Malik, councillors, can we allow Alderman Malik to address the House? Councillor Tshwane. Alderman Malik, please address the House.
Speaker, you are supposed to rule on Makaling, but I think you don't want to waste your time because it was just hot air that came from Makaling. Speaker, be warned that in future we're going to disrupt the mayor if he wants to make a speech when he's supposed to table reports. Don't allow him to abuse the platform. We are going to table the report. Do you want the AG when they finish here, we debate the report? Or we must follow the rules and allow them to table the report and we ask clarity questions? What do you want us to do? Don't be disordered. I told you that you don't have a spine. You've got a spaghetti spine. You cannot take decisions. I told you earlier on. And we're continuing doing it. This meeting is going to be disrupted because of your behavior, Speaker. Don't allow the mayor to do what he did earlier.
Thank you very much. I rule that we proceed. Councillors, as mentioned to you earlier, I'm now bringing forward item 13, part 5, for purpose of which I will now call upon the executive mayor to officially submit the audited annual report for the city of Tshwane as contained in part 5 of the agenda as item 13. So part 5 is from the mayoral committee meeting of the 18th January 2023. Item number 13, reference number 5494, 2/1. City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department. The audited annual report for the city of Tshwane and its entities for the end of the financial year submitted in terms of section 127(2) of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act 56 of 2003 and section 46 of the Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000. The report, you have it on page 3 to 603 and the recommendations on page 15. Honorable councillors, I will now call upon Ntate Kolani Zkwele from the Office of the Auditor General to guide this council on the Auditor General's audited annual report regarding the city of Tshwane. Uyakwazi ekhoshi Mampuru Randall.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker, Mayor, chairpersons of the committees, traditional leaders, and all honorable councillors, the city manager and his team. Before you is the group audit report for the municipality the City of Tshwane Municipality and its entities. Oh, I'm not audible enough. Okay, I'll bend a bit. Yes. Okay. No, thanks. I'll just speak louder. Thanks, Honorable Speaker. So before you is the group audit report of the municipality and its entities for the financial year end 30 June 2022. I have audited the consolidated and separate financial statements of the City of Tshwane and its entities, which comprise the consolidated separate statement of financial position, the financial performance, the statement of changes in net assets, the cash flow statement, and the statement of comparison of budget information with actual information for the year then ended, as well as the notes to the consolidated and separate financial statements, including the summary of significant accounting policies. In my opinion, because of the significance of matters described in the basis of opinion section in the auditor's report, the consolidated and separate financial statements do not fairly present, in all material respects, the consolidated and separate financial position, financial performance, cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with the South African Standards of Generally Recognized Accounting Practice and the requirements of the Municipal Finance Management Act 56 of 2003. Our audit opinion, as flighted, is an adverse opinion. And now moving over then, Honorable Speaker, to the basis of the adverse opinion, I will start with property, plant and equipment. For property, plant and equipment, assets that were included in Note 16 of the consolidated and separate financial statements relating to electricity, roads, stormwater infrastructure, as well as community assets were not correctly valued in accordance with GRAP 17 relating to property, plant and equipment. The service potential of newly identified assets could not be substantiated by adequate technical assessment. Inappropriate unit rates were used to assign values to assets identified. Previously capitalized assets were incorrectly componentized and revalued, resulting in the value of the asset group recorded in the asset register being inflated. Due to the severity of these issues and the extent of the errors in the population, it was impractical to determine the value of the misstatements in electricity, infrastructure, roads infrastructure, and stormwater infrastructure, including community assets, and the related statements of changes in net assets. We also, in relation to infrastructure assets under construction, included in Note 16 of the group financial statements relating to electricity infrastructure, these were incorrectly classified as completed assets in the current and prior year, while they were not yet commissioned for use in terms of GRAP 17. This resulted in infrastructure assets under construction being understated and electricity infrastructure being overstated by 2.1 billion. The municipality did not disclose infrastructure assets, community assets, other assets, and transport assets in aggregate per class in Note 16 as required by GRAP 17. As a result, infrastructure assets, community assets, other assets, transport assets were separately disclosed as categories within a class instead of being recorded as a group of assets of a similar nature or function in the municipality's operation. As a result, I wasn't able to determine the impact of the disclosed or on the disclosed net carrying amount of property, plant, and equipment, disclosed or stated at 53 billion for the current year and 53.2 as well for the prior year, respectively, as it was impractical for us to do so. And lastly, on property, plant, and equipment, the municipality did not adequately perform the impairment assessment for infrastructure assets under construction, electricity infrastructure, rail infrastructure, roads infrastructure, and sanitation infrastructure at the reporting date in accordance with GRAP 21. The impairment assessment performed by management did not include some of the material classes of assets that had significant impairment indicators. As a result, I was unable to determine the impact of this on the net carrying amount of infrastructure assets under construction, electricity infrastructure, rail infrastructure, road infrastructure, and sanitation infrastructure stated at 30 billion in note 16 to the consolidated and separate financial statements. So then moving over then, Speaker, to payables from exchange transactions. Trade payables were not correctly reconciled to supplier statements. As a result, not all liabilities were recorded, and in some instances, trade payables recorded in the accounting records could not be substantiated. This resulted in trade payables, general expenses, bulk purchases, contracted services, and property, plant, and equipment additions being collectively understated by 4.9 billion. In addition, I was unable to obtain sufficient audit evidence for the amount disclosed as trade payables. I could not confirm trade payables by alternative means. Consequently, I was unable to determine whether any further adjustments were necessary to trade payables disclosed in note 24 of the financial statements stated at 6.3 billion and 6.4 billion respectively. The municipality did not correctly account for accrued leave pay due to incorrect calculation of the employee leave balances and daily rates. This resulted in the accrued leave pay and leave pay provision charge being overstated by 858 million in the financial statements. I was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence that retention creditors had been properly accounted for due to the status of accounting records. I was unable to confirm retention creditors by alternative means. Consequently, I was unable to determine whether any further adjustments were necessary to retention creditors disclosed in note 24 of the financial statements. Additionally, I was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence that other creditors had been properly accounted for due to the status of accounting records. I was unable to confirm also that other creditors by alternative means, and consequently, I was unable to determine whether any further adjustments were necessary to the other creditors disclosed in note 24 of the financial statement stated at 1.248 billion and 1.245 billion respectively. And moving then over to consumer receivables, the municipality did not comply with GRAP 104 as amounts recorded in disclosure note 8 under gross balances and those recorded under summary of consumer receivables by customer classification did not agree. This resulted in the summary of consumer receivables by customer classification disclosure being understated by 2.3 billion in the financial statements. The municipality did not comply with GRAP 104, 104's presentation disclosure requirements by not disclosing the portion of the consumer receivables from exchange transactions that is past due but not impaired in the prior and in the current year. In disclosure note 8 of the financial statements. I was unable to determine the full extent of the understatement in consumer receivables, disclosure note 8, as it was impractical for me to do so. The municipality also did not comply with GRAP 108 relating to statutory receivables presentation disclosure requirements by not disclosing the portion of consumer receivables from non-exchange transaction that is past due but not impaired in the prior year and the current year in disclosure note 8 of the financial statements. I was unable to determine the full extent of the understatement in consumer receivables disclosure note 8 of the financial statements, as it was impractical for me to do so. And then moving over to other receivables from exchange transaction, the municipality did not correctly account for impairment relating to sundry rentals. The listing of the impairment allowance for sundry rentals did not agree with the financial statements. This resulted in the impairment allowance for exchange and debt impairment being misstated by 760 million. In addition, other receivables relating to public contribution, miscellaneous overpayments of creditors and insurance claims were not assessed for impairment in accordance with GRAP 104. I was unable to confirm the impairment allowances by alternative means. I was unable to determine the full extent of the overstatement of the other receivables disclosed in Note 5 of the financial statement, stated at 167 and 165 million respectively, as it was impractical for me to do so. The municipality did not comply with GRAP 104 presentation disclosure requirements by not disclosing the portion of other receivables from exchange transactions that was past due but not impaired in the prior year and the current year. In disclosure note 5 of the financial statements, I was unable to determine the full extent of the understatement in other receivables from exchange transaction disclosure note 5 in the financial statements, as it was impractical for me to do so. And then moving over to other receivables from non-exchange transaction, the municipality did not comply with GRAP 104 presentation disclosure requirements by not disclosing the portion of the Artofine data that is past due but not impaired in the prior and in the current year. I was unable to determine the full extent of the understatement in other receivables from exchange transaction disclosure note 5, as it was impractical for me to do so. Moving over to loans and bonds, the municipality did not present all loans and bonds expected to be settled not more than 12 months after reporting date as current liabilities in accordance with GRAP 1. Consequently, loans and bonds current liabilities were understated, and non-current liability portion of those loans and bonds were overstated by 873 million in the financial statements. And then in relation to salaries and wages, I was unable to obtain sufficient audit evidence for salaries and wages because the municipality was unable to provide information and supporting documentation to support the amount recorded for salaries and wages due to the inadequate system of internal control. I could not confirm salaries and wages by alternative means. Consequently, I was unable to determine by alternative means whether further adjustments were necessary to salaries and wages as disclosed in note 39 of the financial statement, stated at 7.490 billion and 7.426 billion respectively. In relation to statement of comparison of budget and actual amounts, the municipality incorrectly recorded budget and actual amounts in the statement of comparison of budget and actual amounts. The statement contained material differences and could not reconcile to the budget amounts and actual amounts recorded in the financial position, financial performance, and cash flow statements. Due to the extent of the differences identified in the statement of comparison of budget and actual, and the number of material misstatements identified across the financial statements line items, I could not determine the amount that should be processed, as it was impractical to do so. And then in relation to to net cash flow from operating activities, net cash flow from investing activities, and net cash flow from financing activities, the municipality did not correctly prepare and disclose the net cash flow disclosed in these portion of the cash flow statement as required by GRAP 2. This was due to multiple errors in determining cash flows disclosed in the cash flow statement under operating activities, investing activities, and financing activities. I wasn't able to determine the full extent of the errors in the cash flow statement as disclosed, as included in the financial statements, as it was impractical to do so. And then moving over to prior period restatements, the municipality did not disclose the prior period restatements in Note 56 as required by GRAP 3. The nature of the restatements were not disclosed, and the corrections made to employee benefits obligations and property, plant, and equipment were not supported by sufficient appropriate evidence. This has a related impact on the statement of changes in net assets and accumulated deficit for the year. I was unable to confirm these disclosures by alternative means. Consequently, I was unable to determine whether any adjustments were necessary to the prior period restatements and related elements of the statement of changes in net assets and accumulated deficit in the consolidated and separate financial statements. And then in relation to contingencies, the municipality duplicated contingent liabilities. As a result, the contingencies disclosure note in the financial statement was overstated by a net effect of 3.9 billion and 4.2 billion respectively for the current and prior year. In addition, I was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence for the amounts disclosed as contingencies in the current year and in the previous year. I could not confirm contingencies by alternative means. Consequently, I was unable to determine whether any further adjustments were necessary to contingencies disclosed in Note 64 of the financial statement stated at 5.9 and 5.928 and 5.980 respectively for the 2 years, and 5.935 and 5.980 billion respectively as disclosed in the financial statements. And then in relation to unauthorized expenditure, the municipality did not correctly account for unauthorized expenditure incurred in the current year as required by Section 125 2D of the MFMA. This was due to the municipality using incorrect financial information to calculate the unauthorized expenditure, resulting in the understatement of 646 million. And since some of the misstatements in the basis of the opinion paragraphs in this report are included in the determination of unauthorized expenditure, I was unable to determine whether any adjustments were necessary to unauthorized expenditure disclosed in Note 59, stated at 4.3 billion, as it was impractical for me to do so. And then in relation to irregular expenditure, the municipality did not have an adequate system for identifying and disclosing all irregular expenditure incurred, as required by Section 125 2D of the MFMA. In addition, I was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence that irregular expenditure for the current year had been properly accounted for due to the status of accounting records. I was unable to determine the full extent of the adjustment necessary to the balance of irregular expenditure disclosed in Note 61 of the financial statement stated at 10 billion and 10.4552 and 10.4552 respectively. And then moving over to fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the municipality did not record all fruitless and wasteful expenditure in Note 60 to the financial statements as required by Section 125 2D of the MFMA. This resulted in fruitless and wasteful expenditure being understated by 1 billion. And then moving over to
Councillors, Can we, councillors, you asked that we allow the AG to present. Can we allow the AG to finish? No, Alderman, please. Let's allow the AG. No. AG, you are protected, please. Councillor King, I didn't see that was you. Let's allow the AG to present and finish, please, because you are interrupting his flow. No, it's shocking, but he won't finish. Councillors, he won't finish. AG, please, you are protected to finish without undue interruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And then moving over to deviation from supply chain management regulations, the municipality did not disclose the deviation from supply chain management regulations in accordance with the Municipal Supply Chain Management Regulation 36(2). The recorded reasons to dispense from official procurement processes were not in accordance with the Municipal Supply Chain Management Regulations 36 and Municipals 36(1)A and 1B of the Municipal Supply Chain Regulations. This resulted in the deviation from supply chain management regulations disclosure in note 62 being overstated by 490 and 488 million respectively. And then moving over to segment reporting, the municipality did not adequately prepare and disclose segment reporting as required by GRAP 18. Material differences were noted in note 81 of the financial statements. There were multiple errors in the segment information reported. Due to the extent of the differences identified in the disclosure note, I could not determine the correct amounts that should be processed, as it was impracticable for me to do so. And then relating to risk management, the municipality did not correctly disclose amounts in note 77 of the financial statements relating to capital risk management, interest risk rate, and interest rate swaps. The disclosure note contained material differences and could not be substantiated nor reconciled to the amounts reported in the separate financial statements. Due to the extent of the differences identified in the disclosure note, I could not determine the correct amounts that should be processed, as it was impractical for me to do so. And then lastly, in terms of the basis of my opinion, is the accumulated surplus. The municipality did not correctly disclose amounts stated in note 31 of the financial statements relating to accumulated surplus. Material differences were noted between the sub-disclosure relating to ring-fenced internal funds and reserves within accumulated surplus group that were stated at 302 million. And sub-disclosure ring-fenced internal funds and reserves within accumulated surplus stated at 27 billion. Due to the extent of the differences identified in the disclosure note, I could not determine the correct amounts that should be processed, as it was impractical to do so. I think, Chair, just to in terms of, I've come to the end of the basis of my opinion. Just on the context of the opinion, I have conducted my audit in accordance with the international standards of auditing, and my responsibilities included in these standards are further elaborated later in the report. We were independent as required by the International Ethics Standards Board for Accountants, and we have fulfilled all other ethical responsibilities in accordance with these requirements. And I believe that the audit evidence I have obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for my adverse opinion. And then moving then over then, Chair, key audit matters, except for the issues that were raised in the basis of the opinion, we did not have any other key audit matters that we wanted to communicate. And then moving over to material uncertainty relating to the going concern, we just want to draw the attention of the users of the financial statements to the disclosure note 54, to the consolidated and separate financial statements, which indicate an unfavorable liquidity position and a recent negative rating by Moody's, which is unchanged compared to the previous year, or compared to the previous rating. These events and conditions, along with other matters as set forth in this disclosure note, indicate that a material uncertainty exists that may cast significant doubt on the municipality's ability to continue as a going concern. And then furthermore, Honorable Speaker, there's other disclosures in the financial statements that I want to draw your attention and the councillor's attention and the user's attention to. First one being in relation to material impairments. Honorable Speaker, as disclosed in Note 8 of the consolidated and separate financial statements, consumer receivables balance had been significantly impaired. The allowance for impairment of consumer receivables amounts to 13 billion, which represents 71% or 71.9% of the gross balance of consumer receivables. And then furthermore, I want to also emphasize in relation to material losses relating to electricity, as disclosed in Note 70, we want to emphasize the material losses disclosed there amounting to 2.1 billion and 1.8 billion respectively for the current and prior year that was incurred, which represent 19% of the total electricity purchased. Technical losses of 769 million were due to electricity that was lost when it was distributed from the source generation through the transmission and distribution networks to the consumers. Non-technical losses of 1.3 were also disclosed there, which were due to administrative and technical errors, high estimates, negligence, and theft of electricity, tampering with meters and connections which form part of illegal consumption. And then moving over then to material losses, what we want to emphasize is the losses that are disclosed in Note 69 amounting to 1 billion and 1.1 billion respectively for the current and the prior year, which was incurred. These amounts represent 32.6% and 34.6% respectively of the total water purchased. Technical losses amounted to 866 million, which were due to physical loss of water through the distribution network, and non-technical losses amounted to 260 million, which were due to meter inaccuracies, meter estimations, non-metering of water, and unauthorized consumption. And then, Honorable Speaker, on paragraph 43, I just want to indicate that that some of the disclosures we did not form part of the audit, and as a result, I do not express an opinion on them. And then paragraph 44, 45, 46, and 47, Honorable Speaker, just further details the responsibility of the accounting officer in relation to the financial statements and the Auditor General responsibilities in relation to the same financial statements. I won't read those. These responsibilities are set out in the respective legislations that are out there, and we would have presented some of these before. Then, Honorable Chair, if you allow me to then go into the report of the annual performance of the report on the audit of the annual performance report. I think in relation to that, Honorable Speaker, just to indicate that in accordance to the Public Audit Act and the general the completeness and appropriateness of the performance indicators included in the planning documents, my procedures do not examine whether actions taken by the municipality enabled service delivery. Also, my procedures do not extend to any disclosures or assertions relating to the extent of achievement in the current year or the planned performance strategies and information in respect of future periods that may be included in the performance information. Accordingly, my findings that come after this do not extend to this. And then paragraph 50, I'm just highlighting the strategic pillar that we audited in the current cycle. I would just then want to move over then to paragraph 52, which indicates that we identified material findings on the usefulness and reliability of performance information for the selected strategic pillar. Starting with the first one, Honorable Speaker, in relation to various indicators that we have listed in the report, I was unable to obtain sufficient audit evidence that clearly defined, predetermined source information and method of collection or that related systems and processes were established to enable consistent measurement and reliable reporting of actual achievement of indicators. This was due to lack of measurement definitions and processes. I was unable to confirm that the indicator is well defined and verifiable by alternative means. As a result, I was unable to audit the reliability of the achievements reported in the annual performance for the listed indicator below. So these are the three indicators, Honorable Speaker, that are being referred to that first material finding. And then secondly, Honorable Speaker, I was unable to obtain sufficient audit evidence for the reported achievements of 20 out of 29 indicators relating to this program. This was due to lack of accurate and complete records. I was unable to confirm the reported achievements by alternative means. Consequently, I was unable to determine whether any adjustments were required to the reported achievements. And listed below are the 20 indicators that are affected by the material finding that I just referred to. And then in relation to the indicator of kilometers of roads constructed to the required standard, I was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence for the achievement of the 22.8 kilometer reported against the 14.4 kilometer in the annual performance report. This was due to lack of accurate and complete records. I was unable to confirm the reported achievement by alternative means. Consequently, I was unable to determine whether any adjustments were required to the reported achievements. And then
so, councillors, please. The AG is still on the podium. You are interrupting the ongoing presentation by the AG. Let's allow the AG to complete his presentation. Thank you very much, councillors.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And then lastly, in relation to material findings on the annual performance report, we noted that for the indicators listed below, the achievements reported materially differed from the supporting evidence provided for the indicators. And those are listed below. And then in relation to paragraph 58, Honorable Speaker, we're just referring the users of the financial statement to some of the plan targets that were not achieved, that related. So below, Honorable Speaker, are some of the plan targets that were not achieved that relate to key service delivery indicators on water, sanitation, and electricity. And then, Honorable Speaker, then moving over to the audit of compliance with legislature, Um, Similarly, in accordance with the Public Audit Act and the general notice issued, I have a responsibility to report material findings on the municipality's compliance with specific matters of legislation, of key legislation. And paragraph 62, starting in relation to annual financial statements, the financial statements submitted for auditing were not prepared in all material respects in accordance with the requirements of Section 122 of the MFMA. Material misstatements were identified by the auditors in the submitted financial statements, and these misstatements were not adequately corrected, and or the supporting records could not be provided subsequently, which resulted in the financial statements then receiving an adverse audit opinion. And then in relation to asset management, an effective system of internal control for assets was not in place as required by Section 63(2) of the MFMA. And then secondly, capital assets that were required or capital assets were retired without the municipal council having, in a meeting open to the public, decided on whether these assets were still needed to provide the minimum level of basic municipal services as required by Section 14 of the MFMA. And then moving over to expenditure management, money owed by the municipality was not always paid within 30 days as required by Section 65(2) of the MFMA. Reasonable steps were not taken to prevent irregular expenditure as required by Section 62(1)(d) of the MFMA. The expenditure disclosed does not reflect the full extent of the irregular expenditure incurred as indicated in the basis of the qualification paragraph. The majority of the disclosed irregular expenditure was caused by non-compliance with SCM Regulation 36. Reasonable steps were not taken also to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure as required by Section 62 of the MFMA. The expenditure disclosed did not reflect the full extent of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred as indicated in the basis of the qualification paragraph. The majority of this disclosed fruitless and wasteful expenditure was caused by the under-declaration of the VAT liability in the prior year, which resulted in the incurrence of interest and penalties. Reasonable steps were also not taken to prevent unauthorized expenditure as required by Section 62. The expenditure disclosed did not reflect the full extent of the expenditure incurred. The majority of the disclosed unauthorized expenditure was caused by the overspending on non-cash items. And then moving over to then compliance in relation to procurement and contract management, sufficient and appropriate audit evidence could not be obtained that all contracts and or quotations were awarded in accordance with legislative requirements, as the procurement processes followed was not substantiated by supporting documentation. Some of the goods and services of transactions to the value above 200,000 were procured without inviting competitive bids, as required by SCM Regulation 19A. Deviations were approved by the accounting officer, even though it was not impractical to invite competitive bids in contravention with SCM Regulation 36. And similar instances of non-compliance were reported in the previous year. Also, sufficient appropriate evidence could not be obtained that contracts were extended or modified with the approval of the properly delegated official as required by SCM Regulation 5. The performance of contractors and providers was not monitored on a monthly basis as required by Section 116. Similar non-compliance were also reported in the previous year. The contract performance and monitoring measures were not in place to ensure effective contract management as required by Section 116, 262 of the MFMA. Awards were made to providers who were in the service of the municipality and or whose directors or principal shareholders are in the service of the municipality. And this was in contravention with section 112J of the MFMA and STM regulations 44. Furthermore, the service provider failed to declare that he or she was in the service of the municipality as required by the STM regulation 13. And similar non-compliance instances were reported in the previous year, and the municipality did not take disciplinary action against those officials that were involved. Awards were made to service providers who were in the service of other state institutions and whose directorship principal shareholders were also in the service of other state institutions. And this was in contravention with MFMA 112J and STM regulation 44. Persons in the service of the municipality who had private and business interest in contracts awarded by the municipality failed to disclose such interest. And this was in contravention with SCM regulation 46.2E and the code of conduct by staff members issued in terms of the Municipal Systems Act. Persons in the service of the municipalities whose close family members had a private or business interest in contracts awarded by the municipality failed to disclose such interests, and this was in contravention with SCM regulation 46.2E and the code of conduct of staff members as issued per Municipal Systems Act. And then moving over then to consequence management.
Hey, councillors, I think your attention span is failing you. Please, let's keep quiet and allow the AG is still presenting. No. You are out of order, Councillor Matibu. Completely off the rails. Let's allow the AG to finish. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, please assist your caucus. No, don't ask questions. You'll ask questions. No. Please assist your caucus so that we can proceed. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Ramabut. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Ramabut, you are out of order for real. Thank you, AG. Please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And then in relation to consequence management, unauthorized expenditure incurred by the municipality was not investigated to determine if any person is liable for the expenditure as required by section 32.2A of the MFMA. Also, irregular expenditure incurred by the municipality was not investigated to determine if any person is liable for the expenditures required by section 32.2B of the MFMA. Thirdly, appropriate action was not taken against officials of the municipality when investigations proved financial misconduct, as required by section 1714B of the MFMA and municipal regulations on financial misconduct procedures and criminal proceedings. Allegations of financial misconduct laid against officials of the municipality were not investigated as required by section 1714A of the MFMA. And then moving over then to strategic planning and performance management, annual performance objectives and indicators were not established by agreement for the Tshwane Economic Development Agency and the housing company, Tshwane, as included in the multi-year business plan as required by 93BA of the Municipal Systems Act. The performance management system and related controls were inadequate as it did not describe how the performance monitoring, review, reporting, and improvement processes should be managed as required by Municipal Planning and Performance Management Regulation 171. And then lastly, on environmental management, The Rooival timber and Dasport wastewater treatment works were not safeguarded and maintained to prevent defective, depleted, malfunctioning, and vandalized infrastructure and theft to operate as intended as required by Section 63(1)(a) of the MFMA. And then, Honorable Speaker, that then brings me to the end of the section relating to the audit of compliance. Other information relates to the annual report that will be tabled later. And then, Honorable Speaker, just to touch on the significant internal control deficiencies that resulted in this opinion that we are talking to today. The first one is that the accounting officer did not exercise adequate oversight responsibility over financial reporting and compliance with laws and legislation, as well as related internal controls. Effective and appropriate measures were not implemented in a timely manner to prevent and detect material errors in the submitted annual financial statements, the annual performance report, as well as prevent and detect non-compliance with legislation. The municipality developed an action plan to address prior significant findings, but adherence to this plan was not adequately monitored on a timely basis by the appropriate level of management, resulting in numerous findings relating to financial statements, performance report, and compliance with laws and regulations. Effective financial systems of internal control and the management thereof had not been adequately implemented to ensure reliable financial statements and performance report that are supported with complete and accurate information. The preparation and review of the financial statements and the performance report were not adequate to ensure that the financial statements and performance report are prepared, are accurate and complete, and are agreeing to supporting schedules, as numerous misstatements were identified in those two reports submitted for audit. Daily and monthly control activities that support adequate, accurate, and reliable reporting, such as reconciliations, for example, were generally lacking. Internal controls have not been implemented to create a control environment that supports useful and reliable reporting of performance information. Senior management did not implement proper record keeping in a timely manner to ensure that complete, relevant, and accurate information is accessible and available to support what's included in the financial statements and performance report. The audit team experienced difficulties due to delays in submission during the audit, and this was due to poor record keeping in certain areas and the lack of supporting evidence for the recorded balances and transactions that are reviewed by senior management. And senior management did not always ensure that adequate controls were designed, implemented, monitored, relating to compliance with laws and regulations, and this resulted in material findings of non-compliance with laws and regulations. The accounting officer did not implement consequence management for poor performance and transgressions. And then, Chair, then I will move then to the last segment of the report, which speaks to material irregularities that were identified and reported during the audit processes, current and previous audit processes that have not yet been concluded or closed off or fully resolved. In accordance with the Public Audit Act and material irregularity regulations, I have a responsibility to report on the material irregularities identified during the audit and on the status of material irregularities reported in the previous auditor's report. And then just to go through the material irregularities that were identified, the first one relates to vandalism of the bulk water infrastructure at Refiller Manor. The municipality did not take all reasonable steps between December 2018 to January 2020 to ensure that there is an adequate system of internal control for the purpose of safeguarding its assets, as assets were stolen and vandalized, resulting in non-compliance with Section 63. The likely material, the material financial loss that likely resulted as a result of this irregularity is 4.9 billion if it is not recovered. And the amounts were disclosed in the previous financial statements. The accounting officers were obviously accordingly notified, and in relation to the actions that have been taken to date to address the irregularity, the accounting officer appointed a security company through the contractor in December 2020, and also the contractor on site acknowledged responsibility for the damages and has since replaced electrical and mechanical items that were stolen. The remaining electrical and mechanical items will be replaced by 28 February 2023. I will follow up on the implementation of these planned actions during my next audit and confirm if this irregularity is resolved. The next one is in relation to pollution of water resource not prevented at the Rooival wastewater treatment works. The Rooival wastewater treatment works is operating over capacity with the necessary repairs and maintenance being delayed or not done. This resulted in the pollution of the environment, mainly due to the poor sludge management, effluent overflows, incidents of unregulated industry effluent, and release of inadequate effluent into the Apis River and Lukral Dam over the number of years. This resulted in non-compliance with Section 28 of the National Environmental Management Act. The extent of the harm could, however, not be determined with absolute certainty. This non-compliance is likely to result in a substantial harm to the general public if appropriate measures are not taken to address the cause of the pollution and prevent continued pollution on the Apis River and Lukral Dam. And then in relation to the actions that were taken thus far to address the material irregularities, continuous repairs and maintenance of the machinery and equipment at the Rooival wastewater treatment works is taking place. The accounting officer appointed a contractor to contract phase 1 upgrade and refurbishment of the Rooival wastewater treatment works. However, the contractor's contract was terminated in July 2022 due to poor performance. A consultant is currently performing verification of materials in order to finalize the account, and thereafter specifications of the appointment of the new contractor will be drafted. The accounting officer committed to include the planning of the Rooival phase 2 in the integrated development plan of the municipality, and the accounting officer has initiated section 33 of the MFMA and is expected to finalize this by the 28th February 2023. In the interim, provision of water tanker services to Hammanskraal residents affected by the ongoing repairs and maintenance work at the Rooival wastewater treatment work is being provided. Service providers were appointed on 13 August 2021. I will follow up on the implementation of these planned actions during then my next audit. And then in relation then to the next material irregularity, the next one relates to the rental account at the Batongo Plaza, not paid within 30 days. And as a result of these payments not made within this time frame, interest was charged, which resulted in a financial loss amounting to 7.1 million. The amounts were disclosed in the previous financial statements. I did recommend the accounting officer that the accounting officer should take the following actions to address the material irregularities. The accounting officer failed to implement the below recommendations, which is that the non-compliance should be investigated, and if any official might have committed an act of financial misconduct, that official must be held accountable, and any persons liable for the loss should be identified and appropriate action should be taken to recover the financial loss, and disciplinary or criminal proceedings should commence against any official who has allegedly committed the act of financial misconduct offense as required by Section 62. Furthermore, as a result of the failure to implement the recommendations as stated above, I issued a directive to the accounting officer to determine the amount of the financial loss and recover such losses and make progress with the recovery of the loss from the responsible persons on 1 November 2022. In addition, I've notified the accounting officer of the following remedial actions that are required to address the material irregularity, which should be implemented by the same date. The investigation into the non-compliance should be completed to determine if the official who might have committed the financial misconduct is identified. And number two, the person liable for the loss or persons should be identified, and the recovery of those losses should be done. Disciplinary proceedings should commence without undue delay against the officials implicated. And if a senior manager of the municipality has allegedly committed any act of financial misconduct, the accounting officer must report the allegation to the municipal council, the provincial treasury, and the national treasury as required by Regulation 3. If it appears that the municipality suffered a financial loss to criminal acts, this must be reported to the South African Police Services as required by Section 32. The response from the incoming accounting from the incoming accounting officer was received on 4th November 2022, and the additional information was required to finalize the assessment of this response. A supplementary response was also received on 28 Feb, and we are currently assessing the response that has been provided by the accounting officer, and we will be following up on the remedial action and the implementation thereof. And then the next material irregularity pertains to the overpayment of the fuel purchase. So the municipality overpaid 3 suppliers for the supply and delivery of fuel between February 2019 to June 2020. The non-compliance with Section 65(2) of the MFMA and Municipal Systems Act of Internal Control is likely to result in a material loss if not recovered. I recommended that the accounting officer should take the following actions to address the material irregularity by 8 August 2022, and the accounting officer failed to implement these recommendations. And these recommendations included appropriate actions that should be taken to investigate or to perform an investigation into the overpayments, and that this investigation is finalized. The appropriate action should be taken to recover the financial losses suffered by the municipality from the 3 suppliers, and disciplinary action and criminal proceedings should commence against the official who has allegedly committed an act of financial misconduct and offense as required by Section 62. I notified, as a result of failure of the accounting officer, I further notified the accounting officer of similar remedial action to address the material irregularity. And this needed to be implemented by the 14th March 2023. And pretty much the remedial action that was communicated is pretty much similar to what we had recommended before. And I won't really go through it again. So depending then on the outcome of that action that's taken, I will then follow up on the implementation of these remedial actions that we have highlighted. And then next is a material irregularity in relation to interest not levied on outstanding sundry consumer debtors. So in relation to this, interest was not levied on outstanding customer accounts of a sundry nature between 2019 and 2020, as required by Section 64. I recommended the accounting officer to take the following actions to address the material irregularity. However, then the accounting officer failed to implement the below recommendations. As a result of the failure, I issued a directive to the accounting officer to determine the financial loss and recover such loss, and or make progress on the recovery of the loss from the responsible persons. And then I've notified the accounting officer of the remedial actions that are required to address this material irregularity, which should be implemented at the same date. And those remedial actions that have been issued include investigation of the non-compliance with the MFMA Act and credit control and debt collection policy, that these must be completed to determine if an official might have committed an act of financial misconduct. Disciplinary proceedings must commence without undue delay against officials who have allegedly committed an act of financial misconduct or an offense. And if a senior manager of the municipality has allegedly committed an act of financial misconduct, the accounting officer must report the allegation to the municipal council, the provincial treasury, the national treasury, as required by Regulation 3 of the Municipal Regulations on Financial Misconduct Procedures and Criminal Proceedings. I will follow up on the implementation of these actions after the due date. And then the next one is in relation to the payment to an incorrect beneficiary. A payment amounting to 53 million was made to an incorrect beneficiary on 30 August. Effective internal controls were relating to expenditure management were not in place. The non-compliance is likely to result in a material financial loss of 53 million if not recovered. The following actions have been taken by the accounting officer to address the material irregularity. A phase 1 investigation into the matter by the Internal Forensic Services Unit was concluded in 2022, which identified that an unauthorized monitoring software was installed into 70 workstations, and it was further recommended that an investigation be conducted to identify persons responsible for the installation of this software over the network. The matter was also reported to the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation in 2019, and the investigation is still ongoing. The accounting officer plans to take actions against the implicated officials based on the outcome of the investigation. The National Prosecuting Authority recovered an amount of 23 million and paid it over to the municipality in 2021. The accounting officer had committed to award a banking tender to allow a host-to-host for payments by March 2022. The service provider was appointed in April 2022. Human resource third-party beneficiaries are now created on the banking system, and the banking details are locked and cannot be edited when payments are made effectively from September 2019. I will follow up on the status of the case reported to the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigations during my next audit. And then the next irregularity relates to a payment made for an informal trading facility that was not constructed. The payment amounted to 4.9 million, and it was made in 2016 to a contractor for an informal trading facility that was not constructed in the Barolak taxi rank. If not recovered, this will result in a material loss of 4.9 million. The following action has been taken to resolve the material irregularity by the accounting officer. A forensic investigation conducted by external investigators was completed on the 17th November 2021, and the accounting officer, following the conclusions per that investigation, has committed to take disciplinary action against the implicated officials. The disciplinary process could not be finalized by the committed date due to the request for extension by the implicated official. The disciplinary process commenced on 18 October 2022, and also the accounting officer had planned to recover the monies paid from implicated officials and the contractor by 31 March 2022. The committed date could not be made due to the difficulties in tracing some of the implicated parties. I will follow up on the implementation of the planned action during my next audit. And then next, the next material irregularity relates to salary payments that were made to employees for work not done. The municipality paid salaries to employees between November 2019 and October 2020 for work not done. And this was due to proper recruitment processes not followed, as no work was allocated to these employees. The non-compliance is likely to result in a material loss of 88 million if not recovered. And it was disclosed in the financial statements in the previous years. The following actions have been taken to date to address the material irregularity by the accounting officer. A forensic investigation is currently ongoing to determine the officials responsible for the payments made without any work being performed and the likelihood of recovering these monies paid. The accounting officer had committed to finalize the investigations by 31 March 2022. The investigation was finalized in July 2022. The accounting officer had also committed to take actions against implicated officials based on the outcome of the investigation. The disciplinary processes commenced on 6 October 2022. And obviously the implementation of these actions will be followed up. And then the next material irregularity pertains to an inadequate system of internal controls to safeguard assets in the Baviaansport wastewater treatment works. The municipality did not take appropriate steps to ensure that adequate systems of internal control is in place to safeguard assets, as assets in this treatment plant were stolen and vandalized, resulting in non-compliance of Section 63. This non-compliance resulted in a financial loss of 3.9 million based on the value of assets that were stolen and vandalized. The following actions have been taken to resolve this material irregularity. The first being the matter was reported to SEPS for investigation. 2 arrests have been made since the perpetrators were sentenced. And then some of the minor assets that were stolen were insured, and the municipality was able to recover the value of those assets through the insurance claim. Security personnel in this plant was increased, and all buildings and housing motor control equipment and transformers were reinforced. The accounting officer approved the appointment of a contractor to erect a security fence in 2019 to prevent further losses. The erection was completed in 2021. The accounting officer had initially committed to appoint a security company to safeguard these assets. As a result of the late appointment of the technical committee and availability of the bid evaluation committee due to COVID-19, the appointment only took place in July 2021. However, due to the delay in finalization of the budget process, the accounting officer has deployed security personnel from other departments within the municipality as an interim measure. Security tender was advertised and closed in February of 2022, and there was a commitment to appoint a service provider by May 2022. The service provider was appointed in February 2022. The matter was referred to the Internal Forensic Service Division, and this was completed and was completed in June 2020. However, it did not cover adherence to the asset management policy. The second investigation was completed in 2021. And the report further concluded that there was a lack of monitoring controls relating to safeguarding of assets. This was due to the security policy and guidelines not being in place, which the accounting officer committed to have these implemented by March 2022. However, due to the late involvement of legal representatives, this was could not be implemented. But the accounting officer has since committed to appoint a legal firm to perform feasibility studies on possible civil claims and criminal charges in order to implement measures set out below, which is to determine if the security companies should be held to responsibility and obtain representative from this security company. Also, the accounting officer committed to put in place a policy and a guideline on security, and the municipality has now this policy and standard operating procedures on assets and property protection. And we will follow up other actions that have not been implemented to ensure that, to confirm if these are implemented in the next audit. And then similarly, there was also a similar material irregularity of safeguarding of assets in the Unland Reservoir project, where assets were stolen and vandalized, of which this is not in compliance with Section 63. The non-compliance resulted in a material financial loss of 5.5 million, which constitutes the value of these assets that were stolen and vandalized. I think because these are similar in nature to the one that I've reported on before, I will just refer you to those as per my previous presentation. But in terms of the action plans that the accounting officer committed to put in place for this particular irregularity for this reservoir, the accounting officer managed to implement all these action plans, and the material irregularity is now resolved. And then lastly, I also identified another material irregularity during the audit and notified the accounting officer as required by the Material Regulations 3, Material Irregularity Regulations 3. By the date of this audit report, the response of the accounting officer was not yet due. We will include the details of this material irregularity in the next audit report. I think then the last part then, Honorable Speaker, is just to speak into the number of investigations that are currently there in the environment. Yeah, and then that then brings me to the end of my report. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, LG. I think we have listened to a very long presentation. It's exactly 1:30. I suggest that we break for lunch. 1 hour we break for lunch. Let's break for lunch, 1 hour. Thank you. We'll come back at 2:30.
Ayangena amaphoyisa.
Abanjwe lamasela. Sendele le la nduwa ndo. You do report to send the morning.
Preview.
Leadership. Sharp is it? Sharp.
Preview. 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 Preview.
Experience governing Masimba Nina. Shit. Can't even govern the seat. Experience. What is this? Hey.
who can't govern the city. Hey, hey.
Why do you cut it?
Good afternoon, councillors, and welcome back from your lunch break. Let's settle down so that we may continue with our council meeting. Thank you. Councillors, let's settle down, please, so we may continue with our meeting. Thank you. Thank you very much, councillors. Let's take our seat. Councillor Ramabodu, please, let's return back to our seats. Alderman Malek, Alderman Vandenbeck, please, let's take our seats. MMC Wakelin, please, let's take our seats. Councillor Tshwane, please, let's return back to our seats. Let's all go back to our seats. Thank you very much, Councillor Lishawana, for taking our seats. Councillor Mbuba, thank you for returning back to your seats. Thank you. Alderman Maleke, please, let's return back to our seats. Councillor Governor, please, let's take our seats. Councillor JJ Baloi, let's take our seats. Thank you. Thank you very much, councillors. And welcome back to lunch.
Speaker, we're asking for a caucus of 10 minutes. Our members are not here. Therefore, we're asking for 10 minutes, just 10 minutes so that we gather them. Eh?
Yeah. We must speak through the chief.
Yeah, speak, Chief. Speak there.
Speaker, thank you very much. We're requesting a 10 minutes break, Speaker. Thank you.
10 minutes caucus break granted. Thank you. Thank you very much, councillors. The bell has just rung. 10 minutes it's over. Caucus break. Let's reconvene. Let's take our seats, councillors. 10 minutes caucus break over. Councillors, let's take our seats, please. Councillor Lishabane, please, let's take our seats. Thank you. Councillor Tshwane, please, let's take our seats. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Adru, please, Adru Bosch, let's take our seats. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Matlangu, for taking your seat. Now, in terms of Rule 6A, please, Chief Whip of EFF, please address Council.
Yeah, no, Speaker, thank you very much. We've started the issues of the EFF. We just had to call our members to come into the chamber. Thank you. We can start.
Thank you very much. Honorable Councillors, I will now call upon the Chairperson of the Audit and Performance Committee of the City of Tshwane and its municipal entities to respond to the annual audited report for the City of Tshwane by the AG. Mr. Cameron Ellis, please address the House.
Dr. Speaker, Mr. Mayor, honorable traditional leaders, councillors, city manager, all protocol observed. So, what I had to do is do a report on a report on a report. The APC is reporting on the AGSA's report on the city's financial statements and performance reporting. It's my role as an external party to the city, not affiliated to any of the political positions, to assist all of you in this room and the officials and the city manager in the governance of the city. And one of your key responsibilities is to report to the people that voted for you and to say what has been done with the monies that have been entrusted to you through the powers that you have to raise rates and to charge at a profit for electricity and water, amongst other things. And you, on an annual basis, set the tone and the objectives and what the city must do over the next 5 years and over the next year. And you require of the city manager and his CFO to report back on the monies that they've spent and what they've done with them in accordance with those objectives. So the question is, from an Audit and Performance Committee, is the information that has been provided useful, both to yourselves as those charged with governance and to the public to whom you are accountable? Did you spend the money properly? Did you achieve the objectives that you set out to achieve? And are you playing within the rules that are set through various sets of legislation? So the question is, again, is it useful? Can we use this information? And I think the word used by the comrades from the EFF was, it's a mess. The financial statements most certainly were a mess. That's what the Auditor General has told us. They've said that they are giving us an adverse opinion. Those financial statements do not clearly reflect what happened and the state of affairs of the city at the 30th of June last year. But the Auditor General has done us a favour by telling us exactly where they don't agree. That is the reason for their qualifications, all 30 of them. So together, the financial statements and the Auditor General's report provide a reliable basis with which you or the citizens of Tshwane or a bank that wishes to lend money to Tshwane can make some decisions about what's happening here and the future cash flows and the future survivability and the future of the city. They could also make decisions about how well you've done. And this is, as I said last year, at the end of the process, the result of 18 months of planning to get to the point where you can actually report back on all of this. And there's been a major glitch in the system, right? Those financial statements, as I said, that were presented were a mess. The Audit and Performance Committee, when they were presented with those financial statements, and they weren't even presented with the final lot that were given to the Auditor General, but one day before they were given to the Auditor General, we got a set that was rubbish, right? And we did advise, don't send this into the Auditor General, rather take the knock. Wait a month, fix the damn things, because there's a whole lot of things in Auditor General's qualifications that could have been fixed, right? The cash flow doesn't balance. The prior year adjustment note doesn't balance. We didn't get the budget figures right. Those are basics. But there is a set of rules that we've got to play to as well in terms of how we deal with the Auditor General. The rules say we've got to present a set that is ready and able to be audited by a certain date. And that was the date we didn't make, and we presented a mess, and that's what the Auditor General audited. And it's unfortunate that it happened, but it happened. It highlighted something that the Audit and Performance Committee has been saying for the last 5 years, is you have a weak control environment in the city. It's laissez-faire, nobody gets held accountable, nobody takes responsibility. And when things go wrong, we all try to blame somebody else. So it was refreshing to hear that the mayor said we must take responsibility for what has been said. It's refreshing to hear the opposition party saying somebody must take responsibility. And it is all of our responsibility in this room to make sure that the city can continue to survive. Because there's useful information in there, right? And the Auditor General also raised, yeah, I've said that there's certain things we could have fixed. And yeah, one can go back and we can actually get that cash flow right, and we can balance those notes, and perhaps it would be a good idea from a press perspective to have better results published alongside the auditor's financials. The Auditor General said this is wrong, here's a better version alongside. But the Auditor General has expressed their opinion. We didn't comply with the rules, we didn't get it right up front because we had a finance department that had been depleted of proper resources, that was exhausted from sorting out last year's financial audit differences, but that had never practiced presenting a set of financials for this whole year. And they didn't know how much they didn't know. So, the financial statements, and this is what you need to do. You can't focus only on what the Auditor General points out. They point out a whole lot of issues. They're useful information. That's what this whole thing is about, is how do we report back to the public. The Auditor General points out things that need to change in those financials so that somebody can use them. And they point them out in very technical terms, as we heard. It was boring, Zolani, with the greatest of respect, for you to read your report. But that's necessary information for the user of the financial statements to be able to interpret them, despite the fact that they don't fairly represent this financial position and results. And for that, we need to thank the Auditor General for doing a thorough audit. There are three things in those qualifications and point outs that I want to highlight. There's a difference of opinion. The very first finding of the Auditor General or adverse finding is about the valuation of assets. Primarily, there are other little bits and pieces about assets as well, but we added an extra 10 billion rand of assets to our balance sheet as a result of a 5-year project to find the assets, to be able to account for them, to be able to repair and maintain them, to be able to develop budgets so that we don't have bridges that fall down because that weren't on the asset register. It's unfortunate that the way we valued them was not robust enough to comply with the Auditor General's interpretation of the rules of GRAP. Okay, it wasn't anticipated. There's a difference in the judgments exercised around that issue. But we have more information to run the city better now than we had 5 years ago because we know about those assets. We can fix that, and it's going to take a while to get a valuation that will be acceptable to the Auditor General because they are the arbiters of those rules. The second one is the creditors, the extra 4.5 billion rands worth of creditors. And this is an issue that the Audit Committee has been harping on for the last 3 years. We have asked the CFO, we don't believe your accrual system works. And we asked it in front of the Auditor General 3 years ago, 2 years ago, last year. And last year, the Auditor General took it seriously and went to have a look. And we weren't accounting for all our liabilities. So thank you, because it's difficult for me to prove it sitting in a meeting once a quarter. But it's most definitely what we suspected. And it speaks to the city's ability to anticipate problems and to address them beforehand. It's called risk management. 3 years ago, when I pointed out that we don't have enough, we don't have a thorough accrual system, we should have started and embarked on creating a thorough accrual system, because it's only a matter of time before the Auditor General decides that is an area that we're going to audit. They don't audit everything. They can't possibly get into the thousands and thousands of accounts, but they look at the major things, and they found some major things. And risk management and actually anticipating that things could go wrong is part of governance. And it's part of how you need to approach things. It's not past, there's something happened, who to blame. So that's good. Consequence management is good, and we've been harping on that as well. But forward-looking, anticipate the risks. Can we actually address these risks? Can we eliminate these risks? That's what you need to be doing. And the MPAC needs to be looking at that very, very seriously. How the control environment is structured. You know, it's a repeat function. When I look at what we said 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 1 year ago, we said it to various regimes. We said it to the before the administration. We said it to the administration. We said it to the past administration. We said it to the new lot. The control environment is weak. Getting my list. I don't miss one. But the issues haven't changed over the past 4 years. Culture. The officials in the city are laissez-faire. They couldn't be bothered. Right? It is very difficult to manage people who couldn't be bothered, who don't anticipate and fix things before they become a major problem. But when you look at how we arrived here today after lunch, right? 10 minutes late, extra 10 minutes for the guys over there. Can we be bothered? Okay, it does require just a little bit of leadership from the top as well. You've got to set the example. And it's leadership. Leadership, effective leadership, having a vision. And the city has marvelous visions about servicing the communities. There are all sorts of great opportunities to start with providing electricity for fixing the plants that don't work. But we've got to anticipate and plan and make them happen. And leadership and culture go together. It's holding people accountable. It's sharing a common thought about what we want to achieve. Performance management. This council receives quarterly the performance reports that the Auditor General has reported back on. Right? They found problems. Many of those problems within Circular 88 issues, the Circular 88 items. It's that funny diagram that's in yellow and black that gets attached to the performance of stuff, right? It's meant by National Treasury to be a driver of the behavior of the city. Instead, that yellow and black thing is a thing we attach to the back of any performance report. It's too difficult to read. It's published in PDF that sort of makes it so small you've got to print it on A3 to be able to read it, and nobody reads it. No wonder we had so many audit findings about it, right? Because if nobody at the top is looking at those numbers and querying them, nobody at the bottom is going to make sure that they are right. It's a two-way street. You've got to hold the officials accountable. The officials have got to hold you accountable. Consequence management, the Auditor General raised that issue again. There are so many forensic reports out there. There are so many areas where consequence management needs to happen. But there are small things that also need to be consequence managed. Not firing people, but insisting on punctuality, insisting on that the meter reader actually does his job and does the meter reading. That the people who are checking the rubbish bins are actually checking that they do the whole of your area, not just the first 3 streets. Revenue collection. We are spending more than we earn. Right? We're a machine that sells electricity and water, and that is our key source of income. And yet the officials can't tell me what the effect is of load sharing. How much revenue are we losing through level 6 load sharing? We asked the question, they couldn't answer it. And yet that's a product that we sell. We don't run this place like a business. And when councillors complain that there's no accruals, right? Our income statement doesn't have all the expenses for this month matched with the income for this month. And that's the figures that you gets published on the internet, that the public gets on a monthly basis. Why not? Why did we not insist that the CFO actually publish those properly so that they are useful for us as councillors? to manage the city. And then responses to audit findings. Yeah, there's been bad audits. We weren't qualified in the past, but there were severe findings last year. There were severe findings from internal audit. There are findings from the public protector. There are all sorts of places where there are findings. The really big ones land up in the report as material irregularities. Right? And we had a good giggle about the 5 million here and the 5 billion there that went missing. But they are symptoms of a greater process, that the system, that our control culture is not working. The fact that the Auditor General has been so generous as to allow us 3 years to solve those first 2 material irregularities, and the fact that MPAC cannot ask the questions and force the accountability out of the city is, when is this thing going to be resolved and what is your plan to resolve it? And the Auditor General always has to come back and ask for it all the time, is the symptom of the fact that the control environment is not working. Our committees are not effective in holding officials accountable. There is a sea change needed. And that's what I hear in terms of what the recognition that there's a problem, that this is unacceptable, that there must be a change in the corporate governance of the city as a whole. So yes, do we accept as the APC the Auditor General's findings? Yes, we do. That's unfortunate that we missed our deadlines and we didn't present them with a nice set of financials, because then we would have got something with perhaps 3 or 4 findings in the qualification part instead of 23. But those 3 or 4 that are really, really fundamental remain there. And some of the others are a symptom of the city's inability to answer basic questions when the Auditor General asks, where's the pieces of paper? Tell me what the salaries are. I mean, you heard the man. They can't express an opinion on the salaries unless they get the documentation, and it needs to be provided within 5 days. And they give an extension, and they give an extension, and they escalate the extensions, and nothing happens. It was a problem. And that's been a problem for the last 5 years. Go and look at the previous years. They raised it as one of those matters of not a matter of emphasis, what's the term? It'll come to me in a moment. Don't worry. Key audit matter, yes. They did. So we know what the problems are. We've got to now start getting in solution mode. Seriously. And we've got to look to the Auditor General, we've got to look to the CFOs and the Finance Department that prepared these, the department that did all the assimilation of all the performance information. Everybody plays a role in the governance of the city to get back to how do we account for the money that the ratepayers have entrusted us to spend on those objectives that we publicly declared we want to achieve for them. And we need to use that information to make sure that cycle gets to the point where we spend the money wisely every time. It's not difficult. There's a very simple set of rules. I know it's complicated. The act's that thick. But the rules are not that complicated. We shouldn't be missing them all the time. So that's my say. And just express again my thanks to the Auditor General for the sterling work. We don't like your report, but we appreciate your report. I think it gives us an insight that your team that spent 4 months on the ground looking at what happens in the city and understanding and asking questions, and despite the fact that sometimes you couldn't get answers, you gave us something that we can use to enhance our governance. So thank you.
Thank you very much to the chairperson of the Audit and Performance Committee in the City of Tshwane, together with its municipal entities, Mr. Cameron Ellis. Now, honorable councillors. Yes, Councillor Shaw.
Yeah, thanks for indulgence, Honorable Speaker. I'm just raising a concern that the We are diverted here on attention, but there's somebody who's coughing very seriously this side. I think he needs medical attention. We've got a variant now, new variant detected in January. And when you've got a councillor who comes to council coughing without even a mask consistently since morning, this is a serious case. These are the ones who must attend online.
Let's go online. Let's go online.
Thank you very much, councillors. Don't make light of that input. I don't make light of that input. It's not a joke. So no, it's fine. I'm just saying that don't make light of that. It's not a light input. So let's ensure that whoever is coughing the way he or she is coughing, also take precautions for others to be protected from the cough. Now, let me proceed. I want to proceed with this meeting so that we don't divert. Thank you very much. Honorable councillors, I will now only allow clarity-seeking questions. And after this have been responded to, I will officially put the report to council for consideration.
No, we are not trying to make a joke. Whatever that the Councillor Tshwane has raised is very serious. I know that this caucus of the DA has a history of taking people in the hospital bed because they want to vote for a certain thing. Here, we know, we have experience. They brought someone who was on ICU before. It's not that we know they are operating like that. So we are asking, no, don't, I'm wrapping up. We are asking if there's someone who's not well, can they release them? We are not voting for anything now. So numbers are not going to be important. It's just questions. Can they release that person? Please. She's struggling, I can tell you. It's very bad, I can tell you.
Thank you very much. Honorable councillors, let me restate again. I will now only allow clarity-seeking questions. And after these have been responded to, I will officially put the report to council for consideration. So, Councillor Ramabudu, they will be voting after this. But be that it may, the floor now is open to councillors for clarity-seeking questions. Let's see the hands. Let Councillor van der Spey, Councillor Ramabudu second, Councillor Lex at the back, Councillor Mpothe. Yes, you are the last in that order. Thank you. Let me. I just took the first 5 hands, but let me take the point of information. There's a point of it, but there's the first one, there's the second one. Thank you.
Okay. Now, Speaker, I just want us to be on the same page. The EFF has 22 questions to the Auditor General. So I don't know how do you want us to deal with them, because you have pointed me. We couldn't raise our hands, all of us. We want your guidance so that we know how do we facilitate the whole thing. Thanks.
Let me just quickly rule on that. Chief Whip of Council, I've engaged the AG. I have conveyed the methodology of the AG to the Chief Whip to convey it to the rest of the party whips. But I would like the Chief Whip to rise up and take all of us into confidence so that we are on the same page. Thank you very much for that question, Councillor Ramabudu. Chief Whip of Council.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. Yeah, Dr. Speaker, we deliberated as the multi-party whoopery, and it was agreed that questions will be asked verbally, so it can be recorded, but then they will also be handed in writing to this Auditor General, because it won't be possible to answer those questions today, but in order for the Auditor General to come back to us at a later stage. Thank you.
Yeah, councillors, I can almost sense that you also missed that. The AG says, it's the AG. The AG says ask questions. Remember, he doesn't have all the answers. They have to go to different units. They are not here. So he wants you to ask questions. As the chief whip has said, we will record all the questions. However, you must ask so that we can hear what you're asking, so that whatever you're going to submit is also in line with what was asked here. Is that fine? Thank you. So let's take the, okay. Yes, Councillor Mahmoud.
The AG obviously is speaking through the chief whip. Are you saying the AG won't answer any questions here in this council? And if not, what are those reasons? Because some of the questions that we are going to answer, you don't have. They can be questions that he can answer. They don't need, for instance, we can ask in terms of these findings, who was supposed to act? In terms of findings number B, who was supposed to be held responsible? You can't say a person who was supposed to be held accountable, you are going to the office to go and check it. Check it what? Check it how? Because you have the report. You understood why did you give us that report. You must have answers. You can't bring us a 28 pages report and then you don't have answers. How did you get into that report? So you are not AGs, man, Emang. Wait, you are not accountants. You are a speaker, you are a whip. Allow us to deal with this issue from the person who have tabled that report. Stop interfering. This is what is in that report. You interfere a lot. There's a lot of interference from everyone, from the city manager in this seat to the mayor. You are interfering a lot. That's why you are having such a damning report. Useless.
Councillor Matsiwatila.
Yeah, sorry, Speaker. Mine was on your process of questioning. Are you going to take first 5, 2 5s, up to what number?
Yeah, thanks. That's what I said. We'll take questions in that order, and I'll keep on indicating. Thank you. Yes, let me start with Councillor Edwin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I think the chief whip is correct to an extent. We said in an event whereby the question cannot be answered, right? Then the AG is within his right to refer back to the office and come back. So you saying a statement that the AG is not going to answer questions is actually wrong. It's not what we agreed in terms of multi-party discussions and deliberations. We can say that in an event that the AG does not have the answers to what we are requesting or the questions, then there's a proposition we are willing to accept. Nothing else. Thank you.
It's fine. Councillors, we are aligned. Let's ask questions. The AG is here. We don't want to interfere with the process. Let's proceed and take questions so that let's see the hands. That was Van der Spey first. There was another hand somewhere here. It was Lishabane. It was Lex at the back. It was Mpo there and there. Let's first take these questions first. Councillor JJ, I'll come back. Councillor, we'll come back the next round. Thank you. Let's proceed so that we have questions.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I've got 2 questions. Firstly, at what stage of the audit process does the Executive Mayor, members of the MACO, or any other member of Council become involved? That is the first question. And if I may, the second question, who is responsible for the compilation of the financial statements? Is it the Finance Department under the supervision of the Chief Financial Officer, or is it the responsibility of the Executive Mayor, the MMC for Finance, or any other councillor for that matter? Thanks so much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Van der Spey. Let's have the second question. Was that Shaban?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Speaker. I want to ask the following question, that I have noted that in the report, most mention has been made of the CFO as the main person to be blamed for the audit, the adverse part of it. Is he the only person who should have made sure that the financial statement of the city should be designed according to GREP, MFMA, and the DORA Act of the 2020-2021 financial year? Or are there other people who should have also been held liable?
Thank you so much, Councillor Tshwane. Councillor Lex, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the record, my understanding of the arrangement was that we would submit our questions beforehand to the Auditor General and to the APC, which I did, and Mr. Cameron Ellis in part responded to my first question in his address to us, but there are still matters outstanding, and the outstanding questions I will put now. To the chairman of the APC, you have answered to a large extent the question of the process by which the decision was taken to submit these insufficient financial statements to the Auditor General, and you have explained that there was a decision-making process that involved various players in the process. It was not just a decision between the CFO, the group CFO, and the accounting officer, for which I thank you. There is the narrative out in the public and an explanation that this entire debacle that we have before us is the result of misleading, of lies, and of fraud by the CFO, which I find particularly odious, given the process that involves so many people in that decision-making process. But I would like you to clarify to us in this council, did the group CFO, through lies, misleading statements, or fraud, in any way sway the opinion of or convince the executive and or the accounting officer that the annual financial statements were of a suitable quality to be submitted for audit to the Office of the Auditor General? Then the second question, which I have already given to you and which you have not dealt with in your address to us, is deals with the internal control environment in which the APC is involved. In June of last year, the APC's last quarterly report that served in this council identified the main risks to the municipality's internal control environment as firstly, and I assume that you list that in the order of importance, the lack of ethics and integrity of the executive. The second risk you identified is the lack of competence of the executive. The executive in your report being the mayor and the MACO. In her audit report, the Auditor General took cognizance of the AP's reports, endorses it by bemoaning the fact that the advice and proposed correctives of the APC had not been heeded or been implemented, and in her own words also highlights the failure of the internal control environment, which of course involves a lot of people, which ends up in this council because we are ultimately responsible for that control environment. The Auditor General mentioned the Group CFO once in her report. The accounting officer is mentioned 61 times, usually in pairs. The first mention in that pair would be setting out the obligation or the duty of the accounting officer, which is the municipal manager, and the very next sentence would be a recording that the accounting officer failed in that duty. With this in mind, Who is responsible for the multiple failures in the internal controls, and has the termination of the services of the CFO resolved in any way the failure of the internal control environment? In particular, the top two risk factors highlighted earlier, or are we in the same position today as we were in 3 months before when he was still in our service? Then to the representative of the Auditor General. A year ago, you were here and I posed questions, which you promised, you left with a promise that you would answer. You never answered those questions in writing. You never responded to me. There's been no response. The three issues that I raised at the time dealt with Section 19 of the MFMA, the failure of consecutive audits to actually audit compliance with Section 19. Once you comply with Section 19, you are going to deal with a lot of supply chain management issues. There's been no response there. The second issue that I raised back then was the issue of clawing back irregular and unauthorized expenditure. Now, I notice in this report that you have spent extensive time on that, and I'm happy to see that. That question I don't think needs to be answered any further. I believe you've done an excellent job on that issue. The last issue is the issue of access to information. Section 75 of the MFMA provides specifically that all contracts with financial implications, there's a whole list of documents that must be 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a year available on the city's website. None of those contracts are there. We are flying blind as councillors without any access to key information that we need in order to do our oversight role. Now, I want to add to that, and I have included your office in the correspondence about the issue. At the end of last year, I was seeking information from the finance department relating to revenue issues. The MMC for Finance personally intervened and forbade that department to provide political opponents with any information whatsoever. I take the strictest exception to that attitude. It is illegal, it is unacceptable, and it makes work by opposition parties impossible to police, and our functions as oversight and the internal control environment for which we were elected to do makes it impossible. I want your comments about that practice of denying access to councillors to information. We cannot do our work in this way. Then the next question, to the Auditor General, I also raised by way of correspondence, and the question, of course, which I sent through yesterday. Earlier this year, and in fact, while the audit was pending, I shared correspondence regarding the matter of the so-called Lombardy's judgment with the Office of the Auditor General, intending for the subject matter thereof and the issues raised therein to be considered as part of your audit. The liability and the issues of provisions and contingent liabilities concerned are material. We're talking of at least 2 billion rand here. You have made no reference thereto in your audit report. In short, it is a matter of the failure to provide for the financial consequences of a judgment that was first awarded against the city in 2016 and has been unsuccessfully appealed at least 3 times since then. The order is to rectify portions of the valuation roll and to retrospectively correct and reverse illegally raised rates since about 2011. The city has lost 2 appeals and a declaratory order since then. The amount involved is in the region of 2 billion, and that must be refunded within 90 days. While the damage is stacking up, because in spite of this judgment, the city is obdurately continuing to raise illegal rates on thousands of property owners to this day. Thus, every day that this continues, exponentially grows this liability, which the city already cannot pay back. Keeping in mind the correspondence about the issue, should the city have provided for the consequences of the judgment or not in the financial statements that you have audited? And given the long line of lost cases, should that provision not have been cash backed? In other words, should the city not have provided 2 billion rand in reserve to pay that judgment? Why have you not dealt with the issue in this audit report? And what would be your advice and requirements to the city with regard to this matter going forward, given that the last appeal will be disallowed later in this year? Next question is a short one. 11.4 billion of unpaid invoices was included in the annual financial statements. 5 billion found by you during the audit, with no provisions or accruals into the next financial year. In other words, we are sitting now in this year with an 11.4 billion rand debt due to creditors, which was not included in our current budget, which was not included in our funds allocations for this year, that must be paid. That's an enormous sum of money. I have quickly worked out that if that sum has to be repaid in 1 year, every ratepayer in this city will have to pay at least 5,000 rand per month, every month for a year, to make up that money. We don't have that money, and we cannot impose that debt that liability or that burden on our ratepayers, which creates a huge problem for us going forward. I understand that we're not a going concern, and we're not going to be a going concern very quickly. How can these newly discovered invoices not be regarded as even more irregular or unauthorized expenditure? Remember, we've spent our last year's budget, all of it. This is money over and on top of that budget. Most of this should be unauthorized expenditure, but you've got a relatively paltry sum of just 1 billion rand as unauthorized expenditure in your identified in your report, and another, I think, 1.9 billion identified in irregular expenditure. That does not account for this sum. This money has come as a complete surprise. Not in one single financial statement that was tabled in this council in the last year was there even an indication of this kind of debt outstanding. There's nothing we can do about that. The last question, the city's salaries and wages was about 12 billion in the last year prior to the audit. It was 12 billion in the current year, and it was the budget for it in that account was, or in the account under review was 12 billion. How on earth is it possible that the city can only account for 7.4 billion rand if we know we have spent 12 billion rand? The money went out. And does this mean that UIF and other statutory deductions were only made in respect of the 7.4 billion rand, and that we have another nasty surprise coming our way in this regard? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alderman Malik. Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Lex. Now we are coming to Councillor Mpo, Matabane there, and then you are the last there in that order. Thank you. Let's finish the questions. Mpo is next. No. Mpo was next in line here as far as this is concerned. Let's add Councillor Mpo. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, thank you very much for the protection. But I think they just wanted to announce that Mpo Palace is gone. You must allow them.
Well, Randall is following.
Speaker, order before.
Councillors, we are asking AG clarity seeking questions. And I don't think, no, allow me to speak. No, allow me to speak. You have a problem, but I'm speaking. No, wait. Councillors, let's just remind each other here. This is clarity seeking question session to the AG. Let's stick to that prescript. Thank you very much. Now, point of order, yes.
Speaker,
let's take order from you, Councillor Ramabut.
Can you protect me from that Afrikaner? He's doing this gesture like he's going to kill me. Why do you do this, that one, that Randy? No, protect me.
Which councillor? Which? Can you call him by name? I can't see what.
Yeah, but you've switched off. How do the Randy, that?
MMC Grandi, please don't do this to another fellow councillor. Please. Okay, Councillor Grandi, don't do this to other councillors. Councillor Grandi, please withdraw doing this. Grandi, don't. Yes, MMC, please apologize for doing this.
Speaker, I did not show the council anything. I showed him he should stop talking.
Okay, no, he said stop talking. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Councillor, you are protected. The last question. Thank you.
Speaker.
Last question on this round, yes.
Speaker.
I said ask question, now you talk about Palazzi. And she was not in the AG's report. Oh, now you want to ask questions to the AG. Please. I did, but you asked Palazzi, now you are complaining. Yes, please ask questions.
Thank you very much, Speaker. But,
Councillor Ramabut, you are disturbing Councillor Mpo to ask his question.
It's fine. I thought you have passed. I wanted to come in with a question. Or we don't go in order like this.
Councillors, I think you are being out of order. Allow Mpo to ask his question. We'll take another round of questions. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Mpo.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to ask the AG, in their experience, what could possibly be the reasons for these people to classify assets that are under construction, to classify them as completed? What could possibly be the reason why they do that? And secondly, what could possibly be the reason for them not to disclose all the information that you need when you want to conduct your auditing? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councillor Mpo. Now, let's take that last question and then I will hand over to the AG and then I'll take another round of questions. Yes, Councillor.
Yes, Speaker. Please allow me to waive my right to speak to Alderman Bushielo, please.
Okay, Councillor Maben, Alderman Bushielo.
Unfortunately, I'm not Alderman.
I just asked myself, did I really call you Alderman? Councillor Bushielo.
Thank you very much, Dr. Speaker. Firstly, let me welcome the report that was presented by AG, and also we welcome the response by the chairperson of APC. I think we thank you very much, the AG. Though the reports you have brought us a very bad news that as the municipality were not performing well, we are in a financial mess. But as the ANC caucus, I'm just putting it into context. As the ANC caucus, we are not surprised that the DA-led coalition lingers and continues to jump from one disaster to another. because they are absent from the act of wrongdoing and they are quick to blame others. So we are not far from total collapse. When you come next year here, you won't find anything because there is no concrete plan to move from the, to turn around the situation. But let me ask some technical questions that we have prepared. Thank you for giving us the break where we could have been able to put up questions together. I'm going to ask 17 questions and I'll put them into context, but I'll try to summarize the context, just to put it in summary so that we can understand why we are asking those questions. The first technical questions that we want to ask is around payable from exchange transactions. So we have noted that the trade payable were not correctly reconciled to supplier statements. And this resulted in trade payables collectively understated by 11 billion. I'm saying 11 billion because you have indicated that 4.9 billion on general expenses and contractors services, as well as plant and equipment, and also on the adjustments to trade payable of around 6.4 billion. So we are saying if the municipality spends its full budget for 42 billion, and the municipality on the other hand still have 11 billion left over on invoices outstanding, which were supposed to have been paid for the last financial year, and these invoices were also not budgeted for in the current financial year. How is it possible that the unauthorized expenditure is now sitting at only at 600 million, not including the other billions that I've already indicated? That's our questions. And the second one is around the consumer receivable and other receivable from exchange transactions. So you are basically indicating to us that the municipality status books are not accurate. So we cannot accurately state the actual or accurate figures of the amount we are collecting through our data collection program. So what we are saying is that there is this program of Reatima Tshwane, people going around trying to switch off, but they don't know where they can't give us exactly the figures in terms of what is supposed to be collectible. So we also need to put it in context that the public needs to note that under ANC administration in 2016, the data books then was sitting at around 7 billion. But now the data book is around 20 billion. If the DA-led municipalities unable to determine the money that is due or collectible to the municipality, how would it be able to manage its data collection mechanism properly and effectively? But the principal question that we want to ask around this one is that, have you distinguished that portion of the debt that is for tariff for services rendered from the rates? We know that the tariffs for service rendered, if uncollected, may be prescribed after 3 years, as opposed to rates that only prescribes after 30 years. Considering that portion of data books is as old as 30 years, how would such distinction impact on the impairment of data? That is our questions. The other questions that we want to pose to you is around other receivable from non-exchange transaction. The municipality is failing in this regard to implement a proper record keeping. The municipality is unable to determine, for example, the number and the value of traffic tickets or fund issues, which means that a lot of traffic funds will not be collectible. So what we wanted to find out is that is this problem of record keeping at the level of TMPD, or the problem lies with the Department of Finance? So where does the problem lie? The other one is around loans and bonds. If the municipality overstays the long-term loan, which is an asset, and understate on the liabilities, the portion to be paid, this is certainly contributing to the skewing of the balance sheet. The question is, how does this translate into the next year's trading activities of the municipalities? The other question is around salaries and wages. We know that the actual wages and salaries of the municipalities exceeds 12 billion. However, the municipality can only account for 7 billion. How is it possible for 4.6 billion of payments to vanish so completely that the AG cannot track them down? The other issue is around a statement of comparison of budget and actual amounts. You indicated to us that the municipality incorrectly recorded budget and actual amount in the statements of comparisons of budget and actual amounts. So it means after the effect, changes were made in the budget amount in the SAP system by a person using administrative rights. Since the end of the year report is electronically generated by SAP system, would it be correct to say or assume that someone using administrative rights changed the budget to what was approved by a council? So if so, did you establish who changed the budget on the SAP system and who co-authorized using administrative rights of SAP system? The other issue is around net cash flow from financing activities. You also indicate to us that the municipality did not correctly prepare and disclose the net cash flow from financing activities due to multiple errors in determining cash flow from financing activities. What we want to know is that are these errors committed because of data entry at the departmental level, or are these errors committed because data which was processed at group finance level? What internal control should have been put in place to prevent this to happen? The other one is around contingencies. The municipality, you said the municipality duplicated contingent liabilities, and as a result, the contingencies disclosure note was overstated. So we are saying, irrespective of the duplication of contingencies, was there ever sufficient money to cover the disclosed contingent liabilities? If not, why was this not dealt with in the report? Because we don't see it in the report. The other one is around irregular expenditure. AG, it is important to note, because we have been dealing with this thing for quite some time. We want the resident of Tshwane to know that under ANC administration for a period of 5 years, we only incur the irregular expenditure of 1.6 million. When the DA took over, the cumulative irregular expenditure was around 3 billion. Now we are sitting here, you are telling us that the balance is 30 billion. 30 billion. So what it means is that the narrative that the DA is running a clean government is a myth. So what we want to know, the questions that we want to ask around this one, because we are worried that the municipality is experiencing a rampant increase in irregular expenditure, and there is no concrete plan and commitment to cap irregular expenditure. So we are saying the AG, what you suggest should have been done by the municipality to bring this rampant irregular expenditure down. The other one is very much important that we want to raise here, because what you have basically said to us that if it was a private company, in fact, we're going to be liquidated. So we are not going to exist. So I wanted to raise these questions. The unfavorable liquidity position of the municipality, coupled with the negative rating by the Moody's, indicate that the material uncertainty exists that may cast significant doubt on the municipality's ability to continue as a going concern. So I just wanted to ask the question around that one. Considering the issue of 11 billion that I've indicated that we are still paying the suppliers that we could have paid last financial year. And also that money that was not budgeted for, we have entered into this current financial year with a deficit of almost 11 billion. Is it certain that the municipality cannot continue to operate as a going concern? That's my question. The other one is around, I think when you were discussing, it was around paragraph 129 to paragraph 132. Is around payment to incorrect beneficiaries. You mentioned 53 million in the investigation. So as the ANC caucus were noting with serious concerns that unauthorized monitoring software was installed in 70 workstations within the municipality. So we are smelling something fishy there. It may be that the DA-led coalition is unlawfully putting surveillance on its political opponents. We don't know. They are spying on us. So if our suspicion is correct, this will be a gross abuse of resources of the municipality. So, but we are hoping that the investigation will uncover many things. So the question around this one is that why was this amount or expenditure not recorded under URFW? We thought it will be recorded under URFW. So I'm just quickly going to ask very quick question. They are not related to specific paragraph, but they are more or less related to what we have presented there. In organization like ours, so we want to find out what are the major risks that may have an impact on our financial reporting, and how can they be minimized with a long-term intention of the total eliminations. What are our key information technology risk, then how good are our controls? We just want to have our opinion around that. Any suggestion on available solution in the market? So how do our accounting policies compare to our peers from other metropolitan municipalities in Gauteng? We just have, because we have dealt with other policies, we just have to know how our policies are. I think this question they've asked them, the other councillors. Can the accounting officer be held liable for adverse audit outcome? Or is it correct or a fallacy for us to blame or to apportion the whole blame to the CFO? So this is a classical questions that I'm asking. Thank you very much, Dr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillors. Councillor Mafrika, do you want to slot yours so that it's last, and then I give to the AG? Yeah.
Oh, thanks very much, Speaker, and we want to appreciate the AG for a very candid report, audit report. Now, I want to ask AG that, in the opinion of AG, what do you think would have been done by the executive to avert the adverse audit opinion? Because we do hear the story about the internal control deficiency and remedial action. And we can tell you that that is the story of every year. That we are going to come here next year and find ourselves in the same position, because Tshwane is known to not correct in anything. And we can tell you from the party position as the EFF that we don't have confidence in the current city manager for his for running down one of the coastal municipalities. So we can speak with confidence that come next year, when AG releases another report, we're going to find ourselves in this position. So our question is, what do you think, therefore, that executive would have done to avert the problem that we find ourselves in? Now, the second question is that, in terms of the international audit standards, there are 4 audit opinions. An adverse opinion is not the worst. But with what you have presented and the honesty you have given, and that's what we appreciate. We think that you should have moved to the worst opinion, which is the disclaimer, because, and these are reasons. Now, you kept on saying that for all the findings you have made, you kept on saying that you have not obtained sufficient information for audit. That's what you kept on saying. Now, that does not only deals with the departure from GAAP, which is the generally accepted audit practice, but it also speaks to what we call the limitation of the scope. And we believe, with the information we have presented, misrepresentation of figures withholding of a particular information, giving you a wrong information, this warrants a disclaimer that you should have opted for disclaimer. And now, the reason I'm saying this is that when you give this collapsed municipality an incapable leadership, which we believe that they can't rescue this municipality, something to hang on, you are then refusing the MEC of local government to come here and intervene. Because you are giving these people whom can turn around this municipality something to hang on. So our question is that why instead of adverse opinion should you have not went further to give the rest, which is the disclaimer? Thank you very much.
Now, councillors, thanks very much for. No, I've closed this session. Let's allow the AG to respond, and then I will open for the next round. Is that fine, councillors? Thank you. Now, AG, there are actually 6 councillors who asked. There are many questions. But equally, question number 3 from Councillor Lex, chairperson of the APC. There's some stuff asked for your attention. But let's allow the AG to respond, and then if certain things are left out, I will remind the APC to come in. Let's now allow the AG to. Alderman Malek, are you fine? You, Councillor. Councillor. Imisal to. Auratil to. Councillor. Sit down. You must speak on the mic. We don't hear what you're saying. You don't want it to. We don't hear what you're saying. We're just seeing you do this.
Speaker, we demand the coalition government to ask questions. We demand that.
Okay. You see, councillors. Okay, now we heard you. But let's now allow the AG. Maybe we will. No, it's fine. No. We don't want to overwhelm the AG with. Let him deal with this. Then the next round, maybe we will prompt them to ask. Okay, Councillor Makali. Okay. No. Councillor Makali, you will demand after. Let's allow the AG. Okay. You want to respond, Makali? I think you want to find yourself after a list of questions. Let's hear you, Tshwane.
Speaker, so I just want to be able to answer Makale. He requested me to ask the question. Then I'm asking, where executive mayor, where is the 10 billion? That's the question. Where's the 10 billion? Where's the 10 billion?
Okay. Now, in case you missed it, in case you missed Tshwane, now sit down. I allowed you know, my friend. Now, what's happened? in case you missed it, we are only asking the AG this time. There will be time and space to ask the mayor such questions. Thank you. Now, AG, please, this time around, you can talk from there. There's no need to walk there. Okay, thank you.
No, thanks, Honorable Dr. Speaker. I think we have jotted down the questions that have been asked by the council members. And I think I have to admit it's quite a voluminous set of questions, number one, and even the content that is being requested by the council members. It's content that we wouldn't want to disservice the council members with responses that are short, because some of these questions are questions that speak to, a number of pieces of legislature around the MFMA and how certain processes need to have been followed. And I think in order for us to give a holistic, comprehensive responses to all these questions, and some of them require specifics of what transpired when, and I mean, there's some that speaks to exactly which part of the internal control environment failed and what are the AGSA's recommendations in terms of that, in terms of improving the internal control environment. And with that, Honorable Speaker, as indicated, we would request, and definitely all these questions, questions that we will answer, as we have highlighted, that we understand our role in enabling oversight and enabling accountability, and as we wouldn't want to be at a to make the councillors be at a disservice. I think if I can request the council members that all these questions, and I commit, and I think this is a public platform, we commit as the AGSA to respond in writing and comprehensively to each and every council member that has asked these questions, such that we are an adequate and sufficient enabler to their oversight, so that even when they're holding people accountable, they have a comprehensive amount of information that will aid them in making sure that there is an adequate turnaround in the environment. So with that being said, Honorable Speaker, we request that all these questions, we have jotted them down. Some we might need to go back to the recording to properly, capture the full context of the questions. But also we request that all these questions also be submitted through the Office of the Speaker, and then we'll be able to respond sufficiently to those questions. And obviously there will be other processes, council processes, engaging impact, where also we will engage further on these issues. But I think for the purposes of today's session, Honorable Speaker, can we put forward a request to then respond in writing to these questions, and looking at the severity of these questions and the content required, also the response that we would need to provide would need to be a response that is also confirmed internally in terms of its sufficiency, such that those responses meet the required standards that it should be relayed in. So if we can request that, Honorable Speaker, I think as the office, I think today we wouldn't be able to comprehensively and wouldn't be able to answer all these questions to the extent that requires these questions to be answered. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tshwane. Maybe before I've noted you, Councillor Ramabut, let me just check with Cameron Ellis. Let me just check if you want to say something.
Yeah. Not many of the questions were directed to me, but the one that was essentially, that is its essence, is the absence of the CFO going to make a difference to the control environment? The answer is a categorical no, except that we don't have a competent person in that position at this point in time. The CFO's role is just one part of a complex series of preparation for this financial statements, of the performance information, etc. And it's the systemic control environment that needs to be addressed, not just replacing one person with the other. There was an insinuation that somebody tried to connive to convince people of the quality of the AFS when they knew that there wasn't sufficient quality. I don't think there was ever an admission that the AFS were up to standard. It was a well-known fact that the AFS were not up to standard at that point in time that they presented to the Auditor General. There had been a very brief internal audit review of those financial statements. The issues that the Auditor General qualified their report on were identified. Nevertheless, those financial statements were presented. So there was no, in my view, attempt to sabotage the process or to create a situation where there is a qualification or an adverse opinion. But the change in rules from the Auditor General side did contribute to that, because the Auditor General said you're only allowed one chance to change these financials per major line item. It's a new approach to them. They're holding us more accountable. And that particular rule change highlighted the weaknesses in the financial department in terms of preparing financial statements. They weren't expecting it. It was something that they have relied on over many years, the goodwill of the Auditor General to allow changes to happen. Last year, we were sitting in June and we still didn't have audited financial statements because of those concessions. This year, they put their foot down. And we've got to play within the rules. When they relax the rules, it's nice, but we've got to play within those rules. So that's the answer. It's not, the CFO is not the only cause. There's a systemic problem within the control environment and within the city.
Thank you very much. Before I take the second set of questions, Councillor Ramaut.
No, which question are you taking? Because the AG says these questions must be sent through you, and you will send them to him. So what questions we are taking them for? What, for the sake of asking? Because we have prepared here, and it's very worrying, Speaker. And I'm speaking to the AG through you. This report is shocking. I've never seen something like this in the history of local government. Even the Metla that you brought, you said is experienced, he's a guru of local government. He's shocked where he is. He's very shocked. You've never seen this. Even in that coastal metro in Nelson Mandela Bay, you've never seen something like this. It's the first time. This is shocking. And for me, and for the EFF in Tshwane, this requires necessarily urgent attention. Because it looks like if we don't wake up, we're going to wake up like Ditsobotla. If not Ditsobotla, someone told me that it looks like February councillors and the employees of the city won't get paid. And I thought that person is joking. After that person unpacking, it makes sense. This city survives through grants that are supposed to assist the communities. Number one, they take from environmental management grant, these ones. The ones that is meant for issues of relocation, the ones that are meant for issues of making sure that in terms of emergency, we are well taken care of. They take it to pay salaries. and to pay even service providers. I don't know if you picked that. I don't want to make a speech, but I want to give you get irritated by me. People who are talking, including Lex, and then also everyone here, you've never done what you are doing. I don't understand what is your hatred all about. So your hatred is about stealing. You hate me that we got you stealing. No. I'm not going to.
Councillor Ramabut, I want to protect. Yeah. Please, councillors, allow him to speak. If you want to speak, you raise your hand. Don't interrupt him. Councillor Ramabut, no, he's asking a question. Allow him to ask a question. Thank you. Don't rush him. Allow him to ask.
Yeah, the environmental issues in terms of climate change and all that, they also take from roads and infrastructure. That's why that bus project has collapsed, because no one is servicing that project. The money goes to service providers and also goes to the salaries. So what kind of municipality is this? This is illegal, and there's a lot of fraud that is happening. And part of the questions that we have, including how to hold the mayor accountable, because the mayor, it looks like, because he's a politician, he wants to take the blame to the officials. Let's take him to Section 52 of the MFMA, section 52A. The mayor of the municipality must provide general political guidance over the fiscal and financial affairs of the municipality. So the legislation makes sure that the mayor is part of this. But it looks like the only time when the mayor wants to take credit is when there are good things happening. But when there are bad things, they must be taken to the officials, and it's not going to be accepted. We can't come here and allow a mayor conniving with this city manager who's bullying everyone, because we know his story and we think we are scared of him. No, I'm not scared of him. I don't ask him anything. He's not part of my plans. If he's bullying these people here in the offices, I'm not part of them. And we said that this guy has failed where he's coming from. The information that we gave you about Nelson Mandela Bay, some of the symptoms are there in this report of the AG. This guy is going to fail all of you, including Randall. And we know they were in Cape Town this December, going to get mandate from the DA. And we are observing all those developments, and we mean our word. So I'm saying, if the AG says he can't respond, we'll have to call for a special council and have this issue as one item. Because it's not going to just to be left like that, as if nothing is happening. Let the AG commit that we'll send those questions, and then let's agree with you. Go to section 6 of your rule book. Postpone this meeting, and let's come back with the AG being sent those questions from all the councillors, and AG must come prepared to respond, because some of the questions that we're asking is the mayor fit to preside over this municipality? Is the city manager, in terms of this MFMA, fit to make sure that this municipality progress? Because we're not going to have men and women here parading as if they are men of integrity, but the report tells us that they are liars, they don't cooperate with the AG, they send fraudulent documents, they are criminals. All that is there on the report, and we will want clarity. So I'm asking you, tell the AG that we'll send all the questions.
Sorry, what? Just hold on, Councillor Rama. What is a hand there? Yes, Councillor Makale.
How many people to speak? I'm still on the podium.
Yeah. I want to know whether it's a point of order. It's allowed in the rules and orders. Yeah, the rules. Councillor Makale, please speak. Speaker. Councillors, let's hear quickly and then we go back to Councillor Ramabut. It's allowed in the rules and orders.
Yes, Speaker, I'm calling a point of order in terms of the rules. In terms of section 181 of chapter 9 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, that establishes chapter 9 institutions, including the Auditor General. The reports of the Auditor General and its work can only done the oversight by Parliament, not this council. So therefore, the questions and the interrogations that the said councillor want to do, it's irrelevant in this case. Therefore, I will advise them equally as I move to a point of information. The members of the EFF who are in section 79 committee can call up a report whereby they can ask quarterly or whatever. The indolency of the EFF cannot be our problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me rule on the point of order. Let me rule on that point of order. Let me rule and then I go back to, I will come to your point of order. I want to rule. I'm not allowing you. The rules and order say I rule, then I'll take another one. Now, the ruling is the AG. No, it's not a boy, it's a councillor, please. Can you withdraw that, Councillor Disola? No, it's a councillor, it's not a boy. No, withdraw. Withdraw. Yeah, but he's not a boy. I said withdraw, he's not a boy. Okay, thank you. Councillor Disolane, you are referred to rules and ethics by the councillor for referring Councillor Makhalane as a boy. Now, let me rule. Councillors, we're doing very fine. Let me rule and then I come, please. Don't do that, please. Now, the AG has responded. The AG has responded, Councillor Makhali, that this report will enjoy treatment through internal processes here. He did mention, I was listening, one of the instruments was Section 79 MPEC and many other, he did. So that's how we're going to proceed with the process going forward. The AG has even indicated that it is their responsibility. They know their terrain, they know their job, that they will cover all the questions answered here. Nothing will be swept under the carpet. So the AG said he's here. So we are going to proceed in that particular fashion. Let's go back to Councillor. Now, before I go to you, there's a point of order from Lishawan. Then I'll go back to you. Eh? I said, Makaling, we are going to treat the AG's report as the AG said, through internal process of council. That's what I said. Now, yes, let's, Alderman Wandike, please. There's another one there first. Yes, first, let's take Councillor Shabane first, and you're delaying Councillor Ramabut, and then Councillor Lex, in that order. Then I'll come back to you, Alderman. Let's start with Councillor Shabane. Thank you.
It's not working, this thing. Speaker, I'm raising a point of order on you. Now, you see, this is a simple thing. I think there's a lot of favoritism that we're doing here. If you go through the rule book, Rule 38, tells you on what point can you rise when somebody is on the floor. Now, you want me to read it? Let me read it.
Councillors, please, also that, please, Councillor Shabane, please, just a second. No, please, Councillor Mafrika. Just what the APC said not so long ago. Not so long ago, we were warned. Can we, Councillor Shaban? Can we be procedural and respect ourselves using the processes?
For your understanding and theirs on the other side. But in terms of Rule 38, a point of order and point of information, it reads as follows. When you invoke Section 38, subsection 2, subsection 3 and 4, they read as follows. Any member, whether or not he or she has addressed the council or committee of council on the matter under debate, may raise a point of order. Secondly, that's paragraph B, raise a point of information. Now, subsection 3 says, a member contemplated in subsection 2 is entitled to be heard immediately, and the member speaking at the time must cease speaking and sit down until a ruling has been made by the speaker or chairperson of a committee. Now, I'm rising on a point of order. You can't be saying, this is favoritism that you are continuing to do, and that conduct disrupts council. Because Councillor Makhalei just raised up the hand, and then without saying to this house that I'm rising on a point of order or a point of information, he just raised up his hand, disrupting the speaker on the floor. Now you fall for that now and then because that is the group that you serve us with. Now you ask him, let's hear what you want to say. Maybe it's a point of order or a point of information. That is not how you apply the rules. There is no uniformity in application of this rule book. So you can't be telling him or asking him whether he's rising on a point of order or what else. Now he rises and speaks. You realize that what he's raising is not even a point of order, but he has disrupted my caucus leader here, addressing council. Now how do you reconcile that? What ruling are you expected to make? Because that is not a point.
Councillor Tshwane. Councillor Tshwane. No, listen, guys, this is not correct. Councillors, you quote from the rule book, but you yourself, you are going off the tangent. You are making a speech. For information, you made a speech. No, but you made a speech. You made a speech yourself. And I was listening. You call that favoritism. I listened to you when you were making a speech. You were not making a point. You yourself, you were not making a point of order. Now, councillors, please don't play these games. Now, I have ruled also in terms of the same section 38, the ruling of the speaker is not for debate. You are also gravitating towards the debate, disregarding the rules and orders. Now, let me take the next from Councillor Lex. No, but it's a point of order. What kind of rules are you following? No, Councillor Lex, it's rising on a point of order. Yes, you are still down. You remain there. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm actually rising to address the proposal by the Auditor General on how to proceed because there are some practical.
No, Councillor Lex, you're out of order. Please, Councillor Ramabudu, please. Let's correct it. Alderman Malik. Councillor Tshwane just said, you just raised it. I don't know what you are saying. What is that hand?
Speaker, you recognize me before everyone. You said you are going to.
Alderman Maleke, please.
No, thanks, Speaker. My point of order was with your ruling, which I get comfort. Because the confusion from Councillor Makhaleng was as if there's an attack on the Auditor General's office. That's why he cited section 181 from chapter 6 of the Constitution. Therefore, it is disingenuous from him to assume that, because we had an explanation, our questions, we forwarded them to yourself, Speaker, and Henderson, so that it can be for easy read and responding to them. Our questions are forwarded from Councillor Bushielo here. I'll come back to my other question to APC, because there's a question that I'm not comfortable with the statement that was made earlier on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ramabudu, please, let's protect Councillor Ramabudu. There's too much long break. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Speaker, I don't have a problem with how you are running issues, except on that instance, when you realize that Councillor Makhaleng's
please, section 38, I have ruled, don't go back, please. No, please, section 38, rules and orders. Don't take me back. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Ramabudu.
No, I saw that.
Councillor Ramabudu.
No, continue.
No, thanks, Speaker. You see, Speaker, the caucus of the EFF, and we are clear that this report is very important for the people of Tshwane. Remember, there are people who don't even understand what is happening. Because the DA, including your office, won't take efforts to go and tell our people what is the current status of this city? Because this is disappointing, embarrassing. Look, I was reading the statement that the DA in Western Cape has a clean audit. And it was celebrated, including the leader of the DA and all that. When we tell them on Twitter that there in Tshwane you have an ambassador there who can produce anything, they are agreeing, even the leaders of the DA, that the city is in a crisis. The gentlemen from the audit team committee agreed that the finances of the city are in a mess. How? Yes.
The point of order, Makaleng, please, don't just say it. We have just corrected it. Please.
How do you explain?
There's a point of order. Thank you, Councillor Raut.
Thank you, Chairperson. But the rule says I must raise a hand. So that is why I'm raising a hand. But equally, Section 36 says we must not use derogatory words. Councillor Ramabodu must withdraw the word imbecile.
Councillor Ramabodu, please withdraw the word imbecile.
It's a pun. What do you interpret it to mean?
What is that? You are a doctor. Tell me, what is that?
Imbecile. What is imbecile?
Let's start there.
Refer.
Councillor Ramabodu, for your information, I've got a PhD in genetic engineering, not in linguistics.
What should happen?
So what must happen?
You must withdraw imbecile.
Why must it be withdrawn?
You're withdrawing something that
you don't understand.
He explained it's a derogatory word. Councillors, now can we move forward and stop these things? And I want to advise, in my opening, I told you that 5 o'clock we are adjourning this meeting. For information.
No, it's fine. It's fine. For the sake of progress, I withdraw. It's fine. But I don't agree. Because it looks like you want us, the caucus of the EFF, to be seen as if we are disrupting the Auditor General. We are not. Our interest is to hold a government that stole more than 1 billion. The Auditor General says there's 1 billion without a value. Where is it? Can they tell us? Imagine if this government was an EFF government or an ANC government. All of them, because they are racist, they only depend on their racist attitude. They were going to go even to court. Yesterday, they were saying Fotek to the ANC in Little House. We are saying Fotek to Randall and the DA.
Now,
because they failed to preside over this city. They have embarrassed us. We are now a joke under this leadership of the DA. So we're asking you, Speaker, to ask the Auditor General to come back. Let's get a date and come back the whole day here. Let's have that issue as an item and deal with that issue and have the questions. Part of the questions that we have, we are asking if the city manager, in terms of Section 65 of the MFMA, is he not responsible to make sure that the expenditure of the city is in the right direction? But it looks like the man also is like the mayor. He doesn't want to get in. We are told he has a list of black officials.
Councillor Ramabot, I think bit by bit, we are now. Can I talk? You will talk again. I'm saying I just want to assist Councillor Ramabot. Let us not do that. No, I'm just saying that we are asking questions, clarity-seeking questions to the AG. Let's stick to that. Thank you very much. Let's stick to that. Yes.
What are you saying?
Councillor Ramabut, I said this session is for asking clarity-seeking questions to the AG. Thank you.
There's no need for you to ask for clarity questions. Why don't you allow us to send you an email and then let's get a day where the Auditor General will come prepared and respond to us. Because we want him to respond not through an email, because we want to interrogate whatever that he will respond to. For instance, we want the Auditor General to tell us with the conclusion is, in his experience, do he think these people who are administrating this city are fit enough to take us to the greener pastures? We just want to ask that, because it's our responsibility. It's our responsibility. Part of the reason why we're in this mess is the way you are bullying us with majority. We are not able to go and hold you accountable in terms of the oversight, because everywhere you bully us through your majority. That's why you were able to go to the visual meeting where you went and processed this illegal.
Councillor Ramabut, I'm appealing to you again, Councillor Ramabut. I'm appealing to you, my fellow brother and councillor. Let's ask questions to the AG. Zero. I'm saying let's ask the AG questions, please. Thank you. I think I don't want to. I told you I'm not going. Councillor Goodwin. I said and I undertook. I said I'm not going to gag you. But no, Councillor Ramabodu, please allow me to be the speaker. No. Councillor Ramabodu, allow me to be the speaker of council. Thank you. Councillors, there's a proposal. It appears though. Okay, Councillor Ramabodu. No. Let allow other parties. Yes, Councillor Debbie there. Can we allow other political parties to ask questions? Councillor Debbie, you are next. What is that? I don't know what is this. Yes, say it. Point of information. Councillor Debbie, you are next after point of information. And then... no, there's a point of information. You think so? Let's allow others, because you see, I'm accused of favoritism. No, I'm not. That's why I'm allowing him to speak, because I can't predict what he's also going to say. Let's allow point of information.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. If Councillor Ramabodu, and this is a question to him, if he's so interested in oversight, why doesn't he come to his oversight meetings?
Okay. Point of order, thank you. Point of order, please. What's your question? That was a question. It's not. Matebula, please. Point of order, yes.
Speaker, I'm not happy because you see, I have a right to raise my hand and call a point of order. And we are actually now operating in a vacuum. Firstly, you said that the hands you are going to recognize are going to be in batches. You've recognized the first batch of hands, right? And then the leader, the caucus leader of the EFF, was objecting to the process that you wanted to embark on and the responses of the Auditor General. By saying that we need a session, right, where the Auditor General can come and answer, because we want to hold him accountable. The city accountable through him. Right now, when we are seated, sorry, Councillor Goodwin. So, Councillor Goodwin, please point to the point of order, not a speech. Thank you. I'm getting there. I'm saying, because you gave a directive that you are taking your first set of hands, right? Then there was supposed to be another opportunity so that we can raise our hands. Then we can give now our questions to the Auditor General orally so. But now you can't now start pointing people and say, no, other parties must speak and all that. That's not how it works. Please stick to what you have guided us in terms of how you're going to run this thing. Please.
Thank you very much. I said I'm taking the second round of questions. There's Councillor Debbie. Please proceed in that fashion. Please, let's avoid the dialogue. Allow me to check. Councillor Debbie, I've recognized you. Any other question? Let me take more hands. There's another one. There's the third hand, Chair of Chairs, and then lastly, Councillor Pascu, in that order. Let's start, Councillor Debbie at the back.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Hello?
I have just... This is the batch I've just done. Okay, raise your hand. You are recognized. Alderman, I think let's close with Alderman in that order. Let's start with Councillor Debbie. I've closed there and then no, I'm not taking any more. No, I can't. Please, let's proceed.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I just have one stupid question regarding the payment to an incorrect beneficiary that the AG has stated. It says here, human resource third-party beneficiaries are created on the banking system and the banking details are locked and cannot be edited when payments are made, effective since September 2019. So I just have one question. How is it possible that a municipality such as this magnitude does not have state-of-the-art software systems in place to safeguard against such mishaps to proactively mitigate fraud? We are very easily, if our residents default on payments and we cannot track payments, we go in with excessive force into our communities to disconnect their services. So how fair is this on the residents of the city of Tshwane if we cannot even do the basics right? Thank you, Dr. Speaker.
Second question. Was it Erasmus? Who was that? This side. On Chair of Chairs third, there was a hand here. Yes, yes, Avi.
Thank you, Honourable Dr. Speaker. Dr. Speaker, from our side, we would specifically like to thank the AG for the good work from him and his team. And the same goes to the chairperson of the APC for also providing us with a very frank presentation on the state of the city. Going back to the AG's report, I think I absolutely agree. This is an opportunity for us to really highlight the shortcomings and then base our oversight exactly on this. Perhaps, Chair, if I can just go into one or two things. The first one would be the contingent liabilities. What was quite strange for me was that the contingent liabilities were overstated. And normally what you'll see in municipalities and metros, that the contingent liabilities are normally understated. In Tshwane's case, it was overstated by almost, I think it was 4 billion. That was very strange for me to see because normally that you wouldn't see it. You would see a municipality trying to keep back on liabilities. So perhaps the AG can, when responding, just take us through that process. Exactly what transpired that led to the fact that the contingent liabilities were then overstated in that regard. And then secondly, a common theme that we saw was a lack of skills in terms of a technical skill. This is now specifically referring to GRAP. If I can point out a few of these examples, starting off, of course, with the incorrect valuation in terms of GRAP 17, that's PPE, non-compliance with GRAP 104, financial instruments, non-compliance with GRAP 108, statutory receivables, and then the incorrect disclosure in terms of GRAP 2, cash flow statements. Now, these seem like very basic type of skills. I think the chairperson of the APC also pointed out to this fact. Now, from our point of view, it seems that there's a lack of skills, lack of qualifications, or perhaps a lack of capacity. And that's something we as a council seriously need to address. So perhaps what the AG can do in responding is just point out what are the main problems in terms of the finance department's office when conducting and when compiling financial statements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Erasmus. Let's go to Omsaki. Alderman.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker. A very short one. It was quite an embarrassment to us as councillors that a report like what we've read in the leaked report and now the real report, how bad the contents was and how many deficiencies there are, and hence the finding that we got eventually. It was also, it's difficult for us to explain to the members of the public out there what happened. My simple question is, who handed over this very, very, very incomplete report to the Auditor General? Somebody from us signed for it, took responsibility for it, and then handed it over. I would like the Auditor General please to provide me with an answer on that one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Councillor, let's take the order. Let us not deviate, please. Yes, Councillor Pascu, Nick. Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. I've got two short questions. The first one, in accordance with the MFMA Circular 88 and its indicators, is the financial and record-keeping software systems employed in the city of Tshwane adequate, and are they adequately utilized? Second question, Auditor General, in your report you indicate various transgressions and lack of compliance with regards to the processes directed within the MFMA, and specifically Section 171 of the Act. You could recommend identification and disciplinary action of these officials. I would like to ask, is there good cause for considering criminal charges against certain individuals and service providers over and above the disciplinary action that was suggested? And the second one, coupled to that one, is there good cause for consideration of considering criminal charges against people who are no longer employed by the city, and is there sufficient grounds to consider financial liability and recovery? Chairperson and Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nick.
They will update.
No, it's fine now. Yeah. No, thanks very much. Councillor Edwin, please try again. Let's do this. Let's try Alderman Maleke first so that we don't waste. Let's try you. I'm mindful that it's after 5, but I want to round up now. But let's just stick to the hands and then we'll give it direction. Alderman Malek and Councillor Edwin. Alderman Malek and Councillor Edwin, if you don't mind, because it's okay. Try.
Hey. Seswep, se reg produnga kulum, se reg.
Ngiyathokoza mabona. Okay, the FF Plus, they just woke up. Congratulations to them.
Yeah.
Most of them, they are old, we understand. But they're breaking the rank from the blue. Because Helen Zille at one point insulted all of them, their leadership. Speaker, earlier on, APC chair spoke about the oversight committees and he bemoaned participation and lack of oversight committees. I wanted him to be specific because we sit with him at MPEC, painstakingly raising issues of accountability and consequence management. And the ANC caucus has been very loud and very clear, Chair, that there's lack of action from both the political and administrative leadership with a myriad of questions that we're asking on daily basis. Some they ignore, on some they act surprised. Today, the mayor was saying to us, we should be very concerned and be very worried. But for the past 7 years of the DA-led coalition, he has been blaming the ANC, even for simple things that they could do on accountability and administrative functions. Therefore, I want to hear from you, Chair, so that when we go back as the ANC caucus, we want to correct either the Finance Committee, MPEG, or other Section 79 committees on our work and road. I was saying to earlier on, my last party short, Speaker, to the chair of MPEG, that it's embarrassing, Chair, that you lead us and you are quiet today. But I understand that it's a party arrangement, that they are silenced. Their hands are at the back, Action SA. They can't raise their voices. Our chair that leads us, she's quiet when we've got this embarrassing audit outcome. That she must lead the charge in and the assault on things that we're raising on day-to-day basis. We go to workshops with her. There was a workshop at Pactonian Hotel that was raising same issues from Salga. That we go to City of Tshwane made arrangement, city manager, that they will attend. I don't know whether they will allow Salga to come here and try to assist them. Because that's what they are doing in Merafon, Empule, and Saga tries to intervene and assist cities. Now, I want to hear from APC chair to be specific so that we can go back and do our work. We want to do our work, but we know we're hamstrung by decision makers. They're not doing anything. Thank you.
Councillor Goodwin, let me not take other hands, otherwise it will. Councillor Goodwin.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I want you to, before I even go deep into my questions, take the point that the caucus leader of the EFF was raising in terms of the AG coming back to answer orally to these questions. You have not attended to that matter, so I'm reminding you, the good doctor, to attend to that matter. Thank you. Speaker, my first question to the Auditor General is that who, in your opinion, should have picked up these problems that you have stated on the reports? And we are asking this question because there are so many processes that are supposed to exist, both on the MFMA and the internal controls of the city. And what should be done with those people in an event that they fail to do the job? Because in our view as the EFF, we see the dismissal, the illegal and unfair dismissal of the CFO as the scapegoat of the DA-led administration. The second question to you, Auditor General, is that you stated that the municipality did not present all loans and bonds expected to be settled not more than 12 months after the reporting date as current liabilities in accordance with GREP. Did you find any clarity from the CFO and the city manager as to why there was such an omission? We are raising this matter because in the report, you come across two different words, which is overstating and understating, overstating and understating, overstating and understating. And wherever they understate, they make sure that is where actually it favors them. They want to give a different facade so that they confuse everybody else. So that's why we are posing this question to you. Then the third question to you, Auditor General, is that in point 17, you pointed that there was misinformation on salary wages. Do you think that in the municipality there can be ghost workers that have been paid and are not working for the city? And if that is the case, how do we deal with that problem and how can we start cleaning this mess? Because the city's budget in relation to the staff is actually bloated as we pick it up now. And if then the city manager and all the people underneath the city manager, they are unable to account for the amount of money that went out and all that, it means there is something wrong and there is a point of concern. So we need to know as to what needs to be done in relation to this part of the report, which is in point 17. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councillor Goodwill. Maybe just to start by responding to the proposal by the leader of the EFF. I've just discussed very quickly with the AG. After this, the Speaker and the AG are going to have a meeting regarding all these questions that I'm going to compile. And then myself and the AG will determine the way forward in that particular meeting. And Council will be advised accordingly. Now, councillors, also in light of your proposal, both the leader of the EFF and yourself, Goodwill, I want to suggest that we proceed in this fashion, that we will continue to collate all the questions. Councillor Lex, you have already fired the salvo, so I'll take over the process from the Chief Whip, collate all the questions from all political parties, and then engage directly with the AG. And then as to what will happen in terms of response going forward, I will communicate to yourselves accordingly. I have already noted that we are now after the hour of 5. And everything regarding item 5, part 5, item 13, that needed to happen, happened. as recommended? Thank you. Now that we have dealt with this report, I want to postpone this meeting because there are other outstanding items, as I've indicated to yourselves. And then the follow-up or continuation meeting for this meeting will be announced by the Speaker in due course. This meeting is adjourned.